back against a Vanity Fair profile that quoted her making blunt remarks about President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance and also Elon Musk. In the interview, she described Trump as having what she described as an alcoholic's personality and said that Vance had been a conspiracy theorist for years. Weil says the magazine stripped away key context, while the White House rallied behind her, with Trump and J.D. Vance publicly coming to her defense. Take a listen to this.
And you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States, and that makes her the best White House Chief of Staff that I think the President could ask for.
Meanwhile, the Vanity Fair writer Chris Whipple has told CNN that every interview was recorded, and this is a classic non-denial denial. Have a listen.
When you hear words like out of context and omissions and framing, what that tells you right away is that you are absolutely, you have hit the target. They have nothing, they literally have not challenged a single assertion or fact in the piece. And so, to me, this reminds me of Ben Bradley during the Watergate days, who talked about non-denial denials. This is a classic non-denial denial. They're not contesting any of the substance of the piece because they know it's true.
Now, for more on this story, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent, Jagruti Duvey. Jagruti, thanks for speaking to us. What exactly is Susie Wiles pushing back on here in this Vanity Fair piece? Is it the quotes? Is it the framing? What?
Yeah, it seems to be the framing. If you look at what she said on X when she posted her response to the Vanity Fair piece, she said that the piece disingenuously, she described the piece as a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff and cabinet in history. She claimed that significant context was disregarded and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. So here, she's not disputing what was said and what was quoted about her in the piece, but she is claiming the bias of omission, as Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, put it in her statement responding to this Vanity Fair piece. And it says that, going back to Susie Wiles and her statement on X, she says that she assumes that the piece was done in order to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. And as we just heard there from Chris Whipple, the reporter, that this is being characterized by him as a classic non-denial denial. She's not denying the contents of what the reporting said, but questioning the framing of it.
It is unusual, is it not, for a sitting chief of staff to speak so candidly on the record?
Yes, indeed. It is incredibly unusual for a chief of staff to appear on the record. Usually senior officials like this will talk on background. They'll remain anonymous so that they can comment on government affairs without really intervening and becoming the story, as has happened here. And the chief of staff, as a position, is a very rare person to get. And in the Vanity Fair piece, Susie Whipple describes herself as somebody who does not seek to gain attention. But again, that is what has happened here. She has become the spotlight. And so I think what you're seeing is that, in the story itself, Whipple said that over many on the record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question that he put to her. And so, not only was it on the record, she said some very unflattering things about several people. We talked about J.D. Vance. She commented on Elon Musk alleging drug use, although she said that she didn't have any first-hand knowledge. She criticised Attorney General Pam Bondi for her handling of the Epstein files. And so, as we say, as is the case here, it's a very rare instance of somebody, a chief of staff, actually speaking and speaking so openly.
Also rare is what we've seen from the Trump administration and President Trump himself moving very quickly to defend her. Why is that so?
I think there's a certain amount of damage control that's going on here. If you listen to the cabinet and the press secretary, they've all come out, central members of the Trump administration coming out with very similar statements about their confidence in Susie Wiles and how, she is the best press secretary, the best chief of staff that has ever been, those sorts of very supportive comments. Donald Trump came out and spoke to the New York Post, and in that he said that he wasn't he wasn't offended by Susie Wiles' characterization of him as having an alcoholic's personality. He's famously a teetotaler, but he said to the New York Post that he agrees that he has a possessive and addictive type personality. He said he has confidence in Wiles' ability to continue as his chief of staff. He said he didn't read the Vanity Fair piece, but she's done a fantastic job, Susie Wiles has. And he says that I think from what I hear, the facts are wrong, and it was a very misguided interviewer, purposely misguided of the reporter. And he suggested that she'd been deceived, that he didn't have great access, a couple of very short interviews, he said. And Susie generally doesn't do interviews, Donald Trump said. But of course, as we know, Susie Wiles sat down for 11 interviews with Chris Ripple for this Vanity Fair piece.
Jagriti, before we leave you go, does an article like this confirm the long-standing claims of the chaos inside the Trump administration? Does it give some credibility to that claim that we've heard so many times?
Well, look, this is what, as we talked about just now in Susie Wiles' statement on X, that she claims that this was the aim of the piece to build the perception that there was chaos and uncertainty behind the Trump administration. And what it does really show is that there is an alternative view, perhaps inside, compared to the official line on many policies that are being put out there by the Trump administration. You look at the approach to Venezuela. Now, the official line is that this is a war on drug traffickers and the cartel. Susie Whipple in the piece says that Donald Trump wants to keep on blowing up boats until Nicolas Maduro cries uncle, i.e. until Nicolas Maduro surrenders, hinting perhaps that what the Trump administration's motives are really is potentially regime change. This is something that many experts and observers have also been speculating about. On another instance of this difference in the official line and maybe an insider's view is on Elon Musk's approach to government efficiencies under the Doge department. That Susie Wiles said that no rational person could think that the US aid process, the cuts made to the US aid, was a good one. And the Vanity Fair piece describes Wiles as getting frantic calls from former government heads and humanitarian aid workers saying that, that lives were in the balance because of these cuts. So there is a sense of, disagreements behind the scenes. The White House is trying to say, well, look, as we heard from J.D. Vance, look, we don't agree on everything, but Susie Wiles is great. This is normal. Others looking at the piece perhaps suggest that, yes, this does point to fractions, divisions between the official line that the president is trying to put forward and the views of some of his closest advisors.
Jagriti Duvet in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to continue this chat now. We are joined by retired US Ambassador Matthew Bryce. Matthew, thanks so much for talking to us. This Vanity Fair article, is it a fair portrayal? Or is it maybe an example of hostile media coverage, do you think?
Well, I think it's, a fair portrayal of the reality that every single White House has factions. I spent 40 years working on the National Security Council staff in the White House of President George W. Bush. And it was healthy. We always thought that there were debates. That's the whole idea, that the president decides and everybody else gets their views out there in the open and has a healthy debate. But having said that, it does seem that Chris Whipple, he did take her comments out of context. Perhaps he did want to paint a picture of great chaos inside the White House. Fair enough. Journalists they have the right to have their own agenda. But for me, the criticism of Susie Wiles would be that she wasn't careful enough. Somebody like me who did a lot of media when I was a U.S. government official, you're taught a couple things in the beginning. Number one, you do not have to say anything. No matter what question you're asked, you don't have to answer it to give the answer that the journalist, if he or she's being provocative, wants you to give. And number two, be absolutely sure that you know what the ground rules are, i.e., is the interview on the record, meaning anything you say, not everything, but anything you say can be used and attributed to you, or do you have some protection? Are you speaking on, let's say, not for attribution basis, where you can get the facts out in the open through the journalist, but the journalist cannot quote you? It seems Susie Wiles, who is not experienced in giving press conferences, in fact, one of her great strengths for President Trump is she shuns the media spotlight. She made that mistake. She felt too close to the journalist, maybe. She was having fun, and she didn't know what the ground rules were or didn't keep them in mind. And she said things she didn't have to say and should not have said.
So let's talk about some of the phrases that were used. And the one that's making the headlines, that Trump has an alcoholic's personality, and she used her own personal experience to reference that as well. Is that a blunt honesty for a man who, as we rightly mentioned a few moments ago, is a teetotaler? Or is this some sort of political ammo that was being used here?
I don't think so. She really is an amazing loyalist. You know, I worked at a lobbying firm for a little while that both Susie Wiles and Attorney General Pam Bondi were working at the same time. And I even worked on a couple projects with Attorney General Bondi before she was Attorney General. And I know that their bond of friendship is as strong as can be. So I don't think this was premeditated or that Chief of Staff Wiles was trying to undermine anyone's reputation. I think she was just sloppy.
So there's the mention of the tensions around J.D. Vance and Elon Musk as well. And that's mentioned in this interview quite extensively. Is it exposing that real tension that's actually going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, it is. Yes, there was that tension for sure. I mean, you know, obviously few of us on this planet have ever met Elon Musk. Maybe on other planets they will, on Mars someday. But, you know, he is notoriously a very difficult personality to handle and odd. And of course he is, because he truly is a genius. And, you know, the old cliche is genius is part brilliance and part insanity. And so, yeah, by all accounts, he was very, very difficult to get along with. And there were many reports of him clashing with various people at senior levels of the administration. So I'm sure there's tension there. And then they seem like J.D. Vance and Elon Musk are very different personalities. So I could imagine them clashing.
What do you think is happening here with Donald Trump coming to her defense? Is it loyalty, or is he quite literally trying to contain the damage, as Jagruti, that we spoke to a few moments ago, said that may be the case?
That's a great question. It's both of those, but it's more. It's more. It's that President Trump, I think, knows he needs Susie Wiles. By all accounts, she is a great chief of staff, precisely because until now, she didn't say things that would get the administration into difficulty in the media. And because she's, by all accounts, again, I haven't worked with her in the White House, but she's fair, but she also is highly protective of the president. And makes sure that she's doing everything she can to enable the president, rather than President Trump's first-term chiefs of staff, who are often trying to rein President Trump in. Now, her view is different. He's the boss. The American people elected him, not me, and I need to enable him to get the job done and making sure he gets as much advice as possible. So I think probably President Trump views her as indispensable. Now, the question is, would the Democrats ever have gotten away with this kind of language about a sitting president, do you think? Well, who knows? That's so speculative. But, you know, in my experience, having worked in the Republican White House under George W. Bush, but having also been appointed by President Obama to be ambassador and had some time in the White House then, I've never felt that the Democrats are, to be gentle, more disciplined than the Republicans. Quite the contrary. The Republicans are usually more disciplined, and the Democrats have more of a free-for-all. The difference overall is that President Trump is just such an undisciplined character in general. And so it does seem like sometimes there is pandemonium reigning in the White House. But in this case, I think it was just a case of Susie Wiles saying things she didn't need to because she let her guard down and didn't realize that she was speaking on the record rather than on background. Look, Susie Wiles and the Trump administration in general didn't probably need this as we head towards the close of 2025. Do you think it's distracted from Trump's policies? But also, is this bad news for the Republicans heading into 2026, something like this, showing that there's factions going on behind the scenes? You know, I honestly don't think so. I mean, I think the Republicans have a lot of other problems going into the midterms. But this will blow over. Again, I think this is going to end up being seen when we all look at it, you know, from the rearview mirror of history as Susie Wiles just being sloppy. But the Republicans do have serious problems going into the midterms. So Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who was one of the staunchest, most radical and intense supporters of President Trump, as we know, has had a falling out with him. And she gave an interview in recent days where she said many Republicans, as they look to the midterms, are looking at President Trump as approaching being a lame duck, which means he can't be reelected and therefore doesn't have the same authority that he would otherwise have over Republicans. And they're going to start disagreeing with him publicly. And they have. They have in the state of Indiana, where the legislators there did not agree with President Trump's demand to restructure the way elections are held so that the Republicans could get more seats. So it's called redistricting. And then I think it was 13 Republicans voted against President Trump to take or to nullify his executive order that gave him more power to fire federal government officials. At the beginning of his administration, no Republicans would have parted from him. So we also see in public opinion polling that public support for President Trump has really dropped quite a bit since his inauguration. So those are the problems that President Trump and the Republicans face going into the midterm elections.
Well, there we must leave it. Retired U.S. Ambassador Matthew Bryza, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, an honor.
To Australia now, families have begun holding funerals for the 15 people gunned down in an attack at a Hanukkah gathering on Sydney's Bondi Beach. Hundreds gathered to pay their respects, and police have brought murder and terror charges against the surviving gunman. Patrick Falk has this report.
In Sydney, mourners marched to the beat during a funeral procession for Rabbi Eli Schlanger, just a few blocks away from Bondi Beach, where he was gunned down days ago. A husband and father of 5, Schlanger had organised Sunday's Chanukah by the Sea event where the attack unfolded. The crowd that had come to pay their respects spilled outside of the synagogue.
His daughter is in my daughter's class in school. We had to explain to her yesterday that her friend's dad is no longer with us, no longer coming home. This is not a normal situation. I don't think people understand that we have terrorism on our doorstep.
There were emotional scenes also at the funeral of the youngest victim in the attacks, Matilda. Her parents recalled the moments leading up to the massacre that took their daughter's life.
Telling me that it's hard to breathe, and I was holding her, and I was like, calm down, please, please, please. I was trying to pull her out, but the shooting would just not stop. We were looking where the cops were. There were no cops.
As Australia continues to grieve, police brought charges against one of the men responsible. 24-year-old Naveed Akram faces 15 counts of murder, 40 counts of attempted murder, as well as other charges of terrorism. Police say his car, found at the crime scene, contained improvised explosive devices. He's expected to remain in hospital until he's well enough to be transferred to prison. Reports saying the suspects were inspired by ISIS have prompted questions about whether authorities in Australia did enough to prevent hate-fueled crimes.
We want to stamp out and eradicate anti-Semitism from our society. We want to also stamp out the evil ideology of what would appear to be, from the investigators, an ISIS-inspired attack. That has no place, that sort of hatred.
Meanwhile, investigations are ongoing to try and determine how deep any links with ISIS may have been.
Generally, an ISIS-inspired attack means that the individual or individuals who perpetrated it were consumers of ISIS propaganda, identified with the organization, with its mission, with its goals, often with its tactics, and decided to carry out the attack basically to further the organization's goal. Generally, it means that they didn't have a direct connection to the group. They were not operationally directed.
A 2024 U.S. National Counterterrorism Center report said the threat posed by ISIS was at a low point following years of suppression. But the Bondi Beach massacre may show its followers remain active and pose a threat wherever communities fail to eradicate them. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Debris from a downed Ukrainian drone has sparked fires at a Russian oil refinery in Krasnodar overnight, damaging equipment, homes and the power network, though no casualties were reported. Kiev has repeatedly targeted Russia's energy hub to disrupt fuel supplies and cut military funding. This comes as EU leaders prepare to meet on Thursday in Brussels to decide whether to use frozen Russian assets to fund a repatriation loan for Ukraine. Now, for more on this story, we're joined from Kiev by Ukrainian MP Yulia Serko. Yulia, thanks for speaking to us. How significant is this refinery which has faced the fires to Russia's war effort?
Hello from Kiev. Yes, I think it became significant. Ukrainian drones hit 21 out of 38 refineries in Russia. I think it's about 70% of all refineries that Russia has. So it actually has influence. And I think combined with lower prices on a Brent oil, which actually produced by Russia, mostly it's now below $60 per barrel. So I think it will have impact on a main source of Russian revenue of Russian budget. So I mean, that's one of the way how to stop a Russian war machine financed by the state budget, and to stop the war in Ukraine in this way.
Look, this is a energy strike, which is strategic, as has been said by Ukraine. Are these strikes actually working? Are you seeing a slowdown in the, as you described it, Russian war machine?
We see that the revenue of Russian budget decreasing. So for 2026, they approved budget, which is in which they spend 40% for the military purposes. So they're increasing military spendings and decreasing social spendings because revenue is decreasing. And that's actually, I think the Russian society and Russian nations will feel in 2026, decrease of social payments, decrease of social standards, and probably in this way they will understand that they have to stop the war.
The claims from Russia that civilians were affected, what does Ukraine think of that?
We have kids and civilians dead every day. I don't think we are not targeting civilians, Russian civilians. We are not targeting any civilian or residential building in Russia. Our main purpose is to destroy a Russian war machine, and including oil refineries, which are actually not only financing Russian budget, but they are also fueling Russian tanks and Russian machines. So that's not against the Russian population or any single Russian citizens, but against the Russian war machine. And Russians doing completely different. They are targeting all the time, every night, every day. They're targeting civilians, buildings, residential buildings, kids, families, women, and they are doing it purposely. So they are striking and destroying our energy infrastructure. So people freezing in the winter, and it's civilian people, so they cannot win on the battlefield. So that's why they are doing terrorism, basically.
Yulia, the summit that's taking place in the EU this week on the frozen Russian assets, just how important is that to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian war effort right now, that funding becomes available?
That's very, very important because we are spending every year, we are spending more than 120 billion for the war. That's actually, we are putting all our money produced by our economy, all our GDP to the defense and security. And we are defending not only ourselves, but neighboring countries as well. So yes, we will need financing for the social payments, for the pensions, for the to keep and run the state, and that's very important for us. And we are not asking European taxpayers to pay for this, but we are asking Russian frozen assets. So Russia must pay for the damage they've done, must pay for the war they are fueling every day, and they are keeping every day. So I think it's a fair request and fair deal. So Russia must pay for Ukrainian spendings, Ukrainian repairs. We are repairing our infrastructure every day. So we are very much looking for the positive decision of the European countries to let us take part of this money and actually spend it for the Ukrainian needs in 2026 and 2028.
We know where the opposition comes from this, Yulia, as well, from Belgium, where the funds are being held, in Euroclear, and also from Germany, saying that this sets a legal precedence as well. What happens in Ukraine if this money is not freed up? How long can you continue to wage a war based upon where you are currently financially sitting?
Actually, we can, we're looking for the different sources, not only for this money. We are talking to the countries outside European Union, such as Japan, South Korea, and many other countries. So, yes, we can fulfill this money, but this is, why we have to find money everywhere to get loans, borrowings, if there is 300 billion of Russian frozen assets sitting in Europe, and some countries blocking it, not only because of the legal precedent, which is not true. Actually, we have a lot of legal reports and legal opinions about this is not a damaging legal structure of the European Union, but we have a few European countries which have a lot of business in Russia. They're making money in Russia, and they want to keep this company and money in Russia, and that's why they are more afraid of not losing this 300 billion, but losing their business in Russia, because most probably Russia will start confiscating their businesses in Russia. But Russia will do it anyhow, and they are doing it every day. So I think this is it's more lobby of private interest than it's state policies and common sense, honestly, because Russia must, as I said, must pay for the damage and for the war.
Yulia, just very quickly before I let you go, targeting energy, that raises, I guess, the risk of escalation. Is that a concern for Ukraine right now?
No, it's not a concern anymore, because Russia targeting our energy infrastructure, and we are targeting Russian military targets every day. And this is not a red line or any kind of escalation anymore. The war is going on. It's a hot phase, and there is no escalation. There is an ongoing war.
Ukrainian MP Yulia Serko, thank you so much for joining us. Our next story, Warner Brothers Discovery's board has rejected Paramount Skydance's $108.4 billion takeover bid, saying that it failed to provide adequate financing assurances. The board called Paramount's offer inferior to Netflix's $72 billion merger agreement, citing significant risks and uncertain backing from the Ellison family. Warner Brothers noted that Paramount's complex financing structure and also high debt levels could threaten the studio's stability. A shareholder vote on the Netflix deal is expected in spring or early summer of 2026. To talk more about this story, we're going to go to London to speak to Telegraph columnist and also the author of Substack When the Facts Change. That's Liam Halligan. Liam, thanks for joining us. First of all, Warner Brothers rejected this huge $108 billion offer. But why?
It's a huge story. Warner Brothers, of course, Hollywood royalty, been around since the early 20s, an incredible range of IP at their disposal, everything from Harry Potter to Casablanca, the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Bug Bunny, Scooby-Doo, all the way through to Game of Thrones. So why have Warner Brothers rejected Paramount Skydance's offer of $108 billion for their company and accepted Netflix offer that's closer to $80 billion. The difference is $30 a share, that hostile bid from Paramount Skydance, compared to $27 $3.75 per share from Netflix. The main reason is credibility, Jono. The Paramount offer is for more, but there are worrying concerns on the Warner Brothers board about whether or not Paramount can actually raise that money. Paramount's whole value on the stock market, the so-called market capitalization, is only about $15 billion. So they're trying to eat a $108 billion monster. Warner Brothers, which includes, of course, Discovery and HBO after their consolidation, and their own value, Paramount Skydance's own value, is only $15 billion. Netflix, the competitor, on the other hand, yes, they're offering less, but Netflix is a $400 billion market capitalization company. The financing is secure. Netflix can pretty much finance it itself. The Paramount offer for Warner Brothers, on the contrary, as you probably know, Jono, has been partly reliant on financing from affinity partners. That's the private equity vehicle of Jared Kushner, of course, who is obviously Donald Trump's son-in-law. Jared Kushner has said recently he's withdrawing his funding, he's withdrawing his backing for that Paramount bid, for that takeover of Warner Brothers by Paramount Skydance. And that leaves what the board at Warner Brothers refers to as execution risk. If they go for the Warner Brothers offer $30 a share, if they go for the Paramount offer of $30 a share, can Paramount Skydance actually raise the cash? Netflix clearly can, and it seems this grand old name of Hollywood, Warner Brothers, is going for the Netflix streaming giant, and this points, I think, to a pattern of much more consolidation by the massive tech streamers across the entertainment industry.
So, Liam, now that's where it fell down. That's why it's not happening. Is it likely that Warner Brothers could come back with an even bigger offer? Is it likely Jared Kushner could come back on board again and then kind of bankroll it to success? Or financially, are Warner Brothers kind of out of the game now? They can't go any higher than this.
Are Paramount Skydance out of the game in the bid for Warner Brothers? Well, you may know a bit more about that than me, Jono, because, of course, Affinity is at least partly funded by a Saudi sovereign wealth fund, which, of course, is close to where you are. But I have to say, without casting any aspersions on any of the parties, and all the companies involved here are enormous companies with viable economic futures, I don't think, when it comes down to it, Netflix are going to lose. They've just got too much value in their corner. I mean, look, Netflix, as I said, they're worth $400 billion. That's far more than the company that they're trying to take over and consume. That is Warner Brothers Skydance. I think Paramount, given that they've only got a $15 billion balance sheet themselves, of course, being a legacy media company, I just don't think they can compete with Netflix unless Affinity came in, and I've no reason to know whether this is true, but you've asked me a hypothetical, unless Affinity came in with an absolute slam dunk cash offer that not only consumed Paramount Skydance, but also their large debts. They've got, a lot of debt on the balance sheet, probably about $30 to $35 billion. It's a bit hard to tell for sure. But unless there's just a huge amount of money dropping from the sky under the heading of Affinity or another credible vehicle that can execute this deal on behalf of Paramount Skydance for Warner Brothers, then it would be my opinion, from where I'm sitting at least, that Netflix are going to win this. And this really carries on the big pattern that we've seen of consolidation across the media industry in general and entertainment in particular.
Liam, talk to us about that for a second, the big media consolidation, because now we're going to see Netflix pretty much have the lion's share of the pie here. It's a phenomenal amount of media which they will be in control of. Is that a concern at all?
Yeah, Netflix will control, if they do take over Warner Brothers. Obviously, Warner Brothers bought HBO, Warner Brothers bought Discovery. Skydance, on the other hand, acquired Paramount earlier this year. So there are consolidated entities involved in all parts of this kind of love triangle, if you like, between Warner Brothers, Skydance, Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance, and also Netflix. Though maybe love triangle is the wrong phrase, given that this was a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers by Paramount Skydance, of course. We saw Amazon acquire MGM. I think that was back in 2021. Disney acquired Fox, of course, back in 2019. And in 2022, Warner Brothers themselves took on Discovery. A big question now is if this will spark antitrust concerns. What do I mean by antitrust concerns? That's a kind of old-fashioned phrase for when regulatory authorities, in this case, almost certainly the US government, if indeed they do act, think that a particular company has too much market share and they could end up abusing consumers and really thwarting healthy competition because of that market share. It doesn't seem to me that that's going to happen, Jono, if I'm honest. I think most people involved in this deal, putting up big money and publicly going over the parapet, as it were, putting their reputations on the line in a global context with the likes of you and me discussing it on live television, I think they'll have got the regulatory nod. I don't think the president's son-in-law would have got involved to this point unless he had had the regulatory nod. Or it may be, and this is an outside thought, it may be that that's the reason why he withdrew his money, Affinity's money, from that Paramount Skydance bid for Warner Brothers. It's all pretty opaque, but I think what it means for consumers, the people who love watching film, who love watching all kinds of entertainment on the streaming services, the streamers are going to get bigger, they are going to get more powerful, and in the end, they're going to have gobbled up all of the legacy media companies, the grand old names of Hollywood and elsewhere, not least Warner Brothers among them.
It's very quickly, as I'm out of time, Liam, but yes or no, will the shareholders side with the management decision on this and vote in their favour in spring or summer?
On the current information, Jono, yes, I think they will, because it's all about execution risk. And that withdrawal of Jared Kushner from the Paramount Skydance corner of this ring, and it has been a contest, that really resonated across financial markets. The Warner Brothers board are saying there's too much execution risk with the Paramount Skydance offer. Netflix is a thoroughbred, and guess what? Its market cap is 26 times bigger than that of Paramount Skydance. And in the end, money talks, and in the end, that's why I believe Netflix will win.
Liam, there I'm going to leave it. Thank you so much. Telegraph columnist and also author of the Substack When the Facts Change, Liam Halligan. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Donald Trump has ordered a total and complete blockade on sanctioned oil tankers in and out of Venezuela. His remarks on social media come after the US seized a tanker off the Venezuelan coast. Trump also added that the US blockade around the South American country would only get bigger. A US envoy to the UN says that Trump will not allow Israel to annex any part of the West Bank. The deputy US ambassador to the UN added that Trump expects an end to the violence in the area. It comes as the Israeli military revealed plans to demolish structures in the northern Nur al-Shams refugee camp. Melania Trump has released the first trailer for her movie, Melania, which hits theatres on January the 30th. The teaser offers a behind-the-scenes look at her life as the First Lady. It includes moments with the President, with Barron and with her father, opening with the iconic inauguration outfit. She says, "Here we go again," inviting viewers to witness history in the making. And that's all from us on W News. But don't forget, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact, given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. They were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realised, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The Bondi Beach massacre continued to dominate international headlines as investigators uncovered new details about the terror attack and its global security implications. In the United States, attention shifted to major domestic developments, including President Trump's order to blockade sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela, and also the formal charging of Nick Rayner with 2 counts of first-degree murder, a case that has shocked the country and reignited debate over violence and accountability. We'll start with American media, which continued to follow the developments of the Rob Rayner murder case. Newsweek reported on the criminal case against Nick Rayner, charged with the first-degree murders of his parents, filmmaker Rob Rayner and also photographer Michelle Rayner, framing the case as both legally grave and emotionally devastating. The report details prosecutors' pursuit of the harshest penalties, including life without parole or even the death penalty, while outlining allegations of domestic violence, prior family conflict, and also Rayner's struggles with addiction. The piece balances courtroom developments with the culture weight of the victims' public lives. Another story grabbed headlines in the U.S. was President Trump ordering a sweeping blockade of sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela, sharply escalating pressure on Nicolas Maduro and also raising fears of a military confrontation. The Wall Street Journal explains that the order, which stopped short of a full legal blockade, has already disrupted shipping, forcing tankers to turn back, and also tightened U.S. military posture in the Caribbean. The journal went further, examining exactly how U.S. enforcement actions have effectively paralyzed Venezuela's sanctioned oil shipping, leaving tankers stranded or rerouted amid fears of seizure. The piece highlights a striking exception, though. Chevron's operations continue uninterrupted under a U.S. license, exposing a deliberate double track in Washington's strategy. And while pressure tightens around Nicolas Maduro's main revenue streams, the piece underscores how geopolitical leverage is being applied selectively, balancing economic coercion with controlled engagement. American media also focused on the Vanity Fair interview with the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, describing it as unusually blunt and risky. Coverage focused on the backlash and the strain it exposed inside Trump's team. Conservative outlets called it unfair, while mainstream media highlighted the rare glimpse into internal divisions. Now, let's have a look at what exactly was said during that interview. Now, first, the piece offers an unusually intimate and unsettling portrait of Susie Wiles, the most powerful figure in Donald Trump's second-term White House after the president himself. It draws on months of on-the-record interviews and depicts Wiles less as a restraining force than as a highly disciplined facilitator of Trump's instincts, enabling a radical expansion of executive power. It chronicles her central role in controversial decisions, from mass pardons and deportations to tariffs, militarized policing, and also the gutting of U.S. aid, while revealing her pragmatic tolerance for chaos and hardline aids. The piece raises a core question: whether Wiles is a stabilizing influence or the key enabler of an administration pushing democratic, legal, and moral boundaries. The Washington Post, on the other hand, reported on the White House's rapid damage control effort after Susie Wiles' unusually candid Vanity Fair interviews. Of course, these interviews sparked backlash across Trump's inner circle. The piece charts bipartisan outrage within the administration, and also public defenses from Trump and cabinet officials, and tensions over Wiles' blunt assessments of Trump, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, and also Elon Musk. Now, the piece frames the episode as a rare test of loyalty culture in Trump's second term, revealing both internal fractures and the administration's instinct to close ranks under media pressure. The New York Times investigation argues Epstein didn't build wealth through genius or secret intelligence work, but through relentless manipulation. The Explainer distills 6 key findings on how Jeffrey Epstein made his fortune. It says his Wall Street start came through lucky introductions to Bear Stearns, where repeated rule-breaking brought few consequences and lasting prestige. After leaving, he allegedly scammed investors, sought stock schemes, and profited from tracking down missing funds in the Cayman Islands. The piece also says that he inflated links to David Rockefeller to boost credibility. But his biggest breakthrough came through billionaire Les Wexner, who provided, apparently, money, access, and also protection. In the UK, the news of Trump filing a $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC drew attention, of course. The Times examines why Donald Trump's lawsuit faces steep legal obstacles despite its political impact. The piece quotes media law experts who argue Trump must clear high hurdles on jurisdiction, prove harm, and overcome strong First Amendment protections requiring evidence of actual malice. While the BBC's legal defence is robust, the piece highlights the broadcaster's vulnerability on costs, noting that expensive US litigation and also the absence of loser pays rules could indeed pressure the BBC towards settlement despite weak merits. Telegraph examines emerging NATO-style security guarantees for Ukraine that aim to deter any future Russian aggression without deploying US ground troops. The analysis highlights Washington's proposed role as an ultimate backstop, using air and missile power if Moscow violates a ceasefire, while Europe shoulders day-to-day security through a multinational force. The piece underscores Kiev's insistence on firm US commitments, the legal and political hurdles ahead, and growing doubts that Vladimir Putin would accept a deal that entrenches Western-backed protection of Ukraine. To the Middle East, as the Bondi Beach attack continues to grab headlines in Israel. The Jerusalem Post reviews Australia's intensifying legal and political response, detailing the charging of alleged attacker Naveed Akram with 59 offences, including terrorism. The report underscores the case's broader fallout, renewed scrutiny of intelligence failures, mounting pressure on Prime Minister Anthony Albanese over anti-Semitism, and also national mourning as funerals begin. The piece frames the attack as both a criminal case and a defining test of Australia's counter-terrorism resolve. Israel Hayom reported that the Mossad has joined Australia's investigation, underscoring the attack's significance for global Jewish security and reviving scrutiny of Islamic State ideology and also alleged Iranian-linked networks. The piece highlights hard questions about missed signals, foreign coordination, and whether existing counter-terrorism safeguards were sufficient to prevent Australia's deadliest attack in decades. And we'll end with Haaretz, which reviews the Trump administration's sharp escalation in travel restrictions, this time barring Palestinians holding Palestinian Authority-issued documents from entering the United States. The report situates the move within a broader revival of hardline immigration and security policies justified by terrorism concerns and weakened Palestinian governance. The piece emphasizes the political and also diplomatic fallout, arguing the ban undermines U.S. claims of supporting Gaza's stabilization and Palestinian reform, while reinforcing perceptions of collective punishment and exclusion. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
We live in dangerous times, so says Australia's Prime Minister in the wake of Sunday's heinous Bondi Beach massacre. But were there signs the government ignored? Israel's leader says the shooting was directly linked to Australia's recognition of a Palestinian state. Is he right? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Counterpoints is coming up soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it. We have been following this system for a long time, in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Suai Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually, I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society, because in our Khasi society we have responsible. Even we women also we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things, because in our society women also has more power, but the youngest one we
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70%, and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something, like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
Apna business apna chalate hai.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles pass to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pontung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. Like, I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city.
This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand d'Abreu. Welcome to a W News special interview on Arabiya English, broadcasting from the Arabiya studios. It's been over 2 months since Israel and Hamas agreed to the first stage of a ceasefire agreement, which included the release of Israeli hostages and Palestinians. Hopes were high that the breakthrough would bring peace to a conflict that had lasted over 2 years, costing tens of thousands of lives. But both Israel and Hamas have accused one another of violating the truce, from the delay of hostage returns to Israel to the killing of a senior Hamas commander. Questions are being asked about the fragile agreement and whether or not the second stage can be achieved without the full completion of the first. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has recently said that a second phase of the U.S. brokered peace plan to end the war in Gaza is close. But there are key issues that still need to be resolved. I'm now joined by the Israeli Foreign Minister, Gideon Sa'ar. Welcome to the program. Mr. Minister, given the background of what's going on between Israel and Hamas...
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining the program. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Minister, is this ceasefire likely to hold on to the second phase? There seems to be multiple obstacles before implementing this plan.
We hope it will. Unfortunately, we are learning from public statements of Hamas seniors like Khaled Mashal and others that they don't have any intention to disarm and to demilitarize Gaza Strip, as it is the heart of the Trump plan. And I hope this attitude will be changed, because we will not have clearly a progress without having a progress on the main issues. And the main issues is how Gaza Strip will not be a threat to the state of Israel. And this is directly connected to demilitarization, de-radicalization, and disarmament of Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
That's right. A major sticking point in phase 2 of the ceasefire is the disarmament of Hamas. Hamas refuses the idea of having their weapons taken away by force. Hamas has actually a different vision, they say, to disarm for the next 7 to 10 years, with guarantees that these weapons are hidden, kept, and not used. What happens if Israel and Hamas do not come eye to eye with a disarmament strategy in the coming days?
First of all, Hamas indeed has a different vision. The vision of Hamas is the elimination of the state of Israel. But it's not a matter of Israel opinion or Hamas opinion. The president plan is very clear, and in the heart of it is the issue of disarmament and demilitarization of Gaza Strip. That will happen because we will not live with a terrorist state in our border. We made it clear. We said all the times that we will be happy to achieve our objectives in a diplomatic path with political means. So we give it a priority. We will give any possible help for the plan to be successful, and we hope it will be successful. But eventually, if it will not be successful, we will have to deal with the problem, because we are the neighbors of Gaza Strip.
And do you truly believe that a mutual agreement can be reached between both parties?
Well, there is the plan. The plan theoretically was agreed by both parties. So we don't need a new plan. We need to implement the current plan. This is our intention. This is our will. And I hope that we will be successful with that.
Now, there's another key sticking point in the delayed return of the last Israeli hostage. This would be Ran Givli. What information, if any, is available about the whereabouts of his body?
Well, I cannot share a lot. I will only say that if Hamas really wants to bring it back, they are able to do that as much as they did it with all the other dead hostages And I remind you that they told after a very small number of deceased bodies that they cannot do it, but eventually they did it. And it's the same with this issue. We demand it, and I hope it will be able to implement that and to have this last deceased body and bring him to a funeral in Israel.
Now, moving on to another point, U.S. Envoy Tom Burges just visited Israel this week. This was a preparatory step for the anticipated meeting between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump coming up on December 29th in Florida. Reports are that this meeting was highly sensitive since Donald Trump is growing impatient over the stalled transition into the next phase of his plan for Gaza. What do you think will come out of this high-stakes meeting between both leaders?
First of all, I participated in this meeting, and there was the issue of Gaza and Gaza plan was not discussed at all. The issues of in this meeting was Turkey and Syria, since Ambassador Barak is the ambassador of the U.S. in Turkey, and is also responsible for, is the special envoy for Syria. So those were the issues for this meeting. And that was basically a good meeting. And I'm sure that also the meeting in Mar-a-Lago at the end of this month between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu will be good, as all the previous meetings were.
That's right. Other points, as you said, during this meeting were discussed between, that will be discussed as well between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. These are regional peace efforts and security issues. So we're talking about Syria here. Israel and Syria are reportedly discussing a new security agreement to replace the 1974 disengagement agreement. Why is this pact being revisited now?
I don't want to enter into a blame game, but lately the Syrians had toughened their positions and put some preconditions, and therefore I believe that we were delayed. Our interest is to reach a security agreement with Syria. By the way, we would like to reach a peace and normalization agreement with Syria, but on the time being we had spoke about a security agreement with Syria. Our interest is security, to secure our border. You know that in Syria there are all kinds of militias, some of them very extremist. We had some terrible images coming from confrontations and massacres of Alawites and Druze in Syria. And therefore, we are worried, and we want our border area to be safe. And this is our interest in Syria, and I hope that we will be able to reach this security agreement soon.
Exactly. As you mentioned, there has been delays over this agreement. Given the current disagreements, how realistic do you think a breakthrough is in the near future for an agreement between Israel and Syria?
I don't want to be a prophet, but I think basically it's in the interest of both sides. From the Israeli perspective, we would like to get a security agreement from the point of view of our security interest. From the Syrian perspective, it is also necessary. Syria want to stabilize and to move forward. So basically, I believe it can be achieved. It basically should be based on the current status quo in southern part of Syria. And I think it is achievable, but I don't want to be a prophet, since if you would have asked me a few months ago, I could have said, well, it's in reach, but then the Syrian side toughened its position and we were delayed. So I don't know. I can only say that our interests remain the same.
And will Israel still have military and soldiers there?
Well, you know, what happened on December previous year was that into the buffer zone, according to the 1974 agreement, entered all kind of militias. They entered into UN posts. They took the guns of UN soldiers, and they were violating the disengagement agreement from 1974. And I remind you that Israel took this territory during the Yom Kippur War, but gave it back in a certain conditions. And the conditions, among other things, were first that it will be a buffer zone, that this kind of militias cannot enter there. Second, that terror activities will not be promoted from there. By the way, it's a very small territory that gives us a topographic better position in order to protect our communities in Golan Heights. It is understood that after October 7th, taking into consideration all kind of radical factions exists today in Syria, we will not be in a situation that this scenario will repeat in other frontiers. So basically, this is why we are there. We never wanted we never had territorial ambitions in Syria. If we would have, we could have taken much bigger land than on December 2024 when everything was shaking. But it's not in our interest. Our interest in our Syrian border is our security. This is our sole interest, and we also have an interest to protect Jews that were lately slaughtered 2 times. And as you know, we have a serious minority community in Israel of Jews, and this issue is very important for us. It is very sensitive, that they will be safe, and this is it. We don't have any other agendas but these agendas.
The situation in Lebanon is also a major concern affecting regional stability amid concerns that Israel might launch a major offensive against Hezbollah. Does Israel believe that Hezbollah can be contained or disarmed through diplomatic means, or is military escalation becoming unavoidable at this point?
I want to ask you why Hezbollah should be contained. I mean, it is a decision of the government of Lebanon to dismantle Hezbollah. So there I'm asking, who is violating Lebanon's sovereignty? It's Hezbollah that violates Lebanon's sovereignty. We don't violate Lebanon's sovereignty by attacking Hezbollah that attacked Israel from Lebanon more than one time, and lately more than 1 year, without any reason to do so. So, frankly, we are interested that the Lebanese government will move forward with the implementation of its decision. We don't see it going forward in the way we would like to. It is not only our criticism. The United States, I believe, and others share this criticism. And there is a certain of infiltration of Hezbollah also into the Lebanese army. And therefore, we have, I can tell you, our wish is to have peace and normalization with Lebanon. The only thing that I believe stands between us and Lebanon in order to be there, because we have a very minor border disputes which could easily be solved. But the only problem is Hezbollah presence and Iran, which instructed Hezbollah last July not to disarm. So effectively, when Hezbollah is the strongest military force, stronger than the army of Lebanon, they are keeping Lebanon under an indirect occupation of Iran. This is the situation we must finish in order to get, on one hand, security for Israel, and on the other hand, freedom for Lebanon, independence for Lebanon from foreign forces, and to bring back Lebanon to its people.
And another, as you mentioned, regional concern is Iran. Israeli officials have just recently said, including the Mossad chief David Barnea, he said on Tuesday that Israel must ensure Iran doesn't restart its nuclear program. And this comes 6 months after the Israeli forces struck the Islamic Republic's atomic facilities during a 12-day war. How real is the risk of another direct confrontation between Israel and Iran today?
It's not only an Israeli issue. As you know, the Americans participated on our attack on these nuclear installations in Iran. And as you know, lately, President Trump said that if they will go back and try to enrich uranium like they did, they will be attacked again. It's President Trump that said it, not myself. So I believe that Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon is a danger for the security of this region. By the way, when you speak with representatives of Arab countries, you can hear in close conversations, you can hear it from them very well as well.
Finally, Mr. Minister, we're going to end on a sad note, as sad news coming out of Australia this week for the entire international Jewish community with the Bondi Beach attack. Do you think the world is doing enough to contain anti-Semitism?
Clearly not. Clearly not, because when countries make this reality of anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish expression in the public sphere, making incitement available, optional, without taking necessary steps, without taking significant steps, unfortunately, there are people that are influenced by this incitement. So I believe and I hope, and we are working in order to achieve that Western countries will take more serious steps in terms of battling against anti-Semitism in the public sphere and in the digital sphere.
That was Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sar. Thank you for joining us here in Arabiya English. Thanks for joining us for this special interview. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are very generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give these notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandment, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now you have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest, continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or don't have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Pa accompanies us to show us some of his personal buggies.
Hey, boy. Will go through the blinking lights, so headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg too, I guess. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in millions we'll Keep the love that keeps us strong. And friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale, English and Amish. They go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of a 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5, and I sold $22 straight down the middle. Number 100, number 100. Okay, 22, 5, and I sold $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Slieve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc de Bastion is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence, maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Susie Wiles pushes back on a Vanity Fair profile defending her comments on Trump and JD Vance. Families mourn the victims of Sydney's Bondi Beach attacks as police charge the surviving gunman. And Warner Brothers stakeholders have rejected Paramount's $108 billion takeover bid. To our top story, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles is pushing back against that Vanity Fair profile that quoted her making blunt remarks about President Trump, about Vice President J.D. Vance and about Elon Musk as well. In the interview, she described Trump as having what she called an alcoholic's personality. She also went on to say that Vance had been a conspiracy theorist for years. Wiles says the magazine stripped away the key context. That's an accusation that the White House has rejected, with Trump and J.D. Vance publicly coming to her defence. Have a listen to this.
And you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States, and that makes her the best White House Chief of Staff that I think the President could ask for.
Now, meanwhile, the Vanity Fair writer Chris Whipple has told CNN that every interview was recorded and that this is a classic non-denial denial. Have a listen.
When you hear words like out of context and omissions and framing, what that tells you right away is that you have hit the target. They have nothing, they literally have not challenged a single assertion or fact in the piece. And so, to me, this reminds me of Ben Bradley during the Watergate days, who talked about non-denial denials. This is a classic non-denial denial. They're not contesting any of the substance of the piece because they know it's true.
Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, the chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. And broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster is joining us from Surrey. Thanks to both of you for joining us. Isabel, we'll turn to you first on this. What's happened here? Has Vanity Fair really got the quotes all wrong?
No, this is an absolutely extraordinary scoop and some excellent journalism, I suggest. It's a standard practice for Vanity Fair to record all of the interviews, and this was conducted over 11 interviews. In the way it is written by the reporter, she was very relaxed during these interviews, some of those in the early days of the administration, other times after they'd been to church together, or perhaps even when she was doing her laundry. And the fact, as the reporter Chris Whipple was saying in that CNN Newsnight there have been no factual denials or assertion denials. You know, it is extraordinary, really, that the president and indeed key members of the Trump administration are still falling in behind her and loyal to her, because what she said, and just to remind the viewers, was pretty damaging. I mean, she described President Trump, who, by the way, is one of the most easily offended individuals in the modern world. She described him as being a high-functioning alcoholic personality. Now, he is teetotal, but what she meant by that, and she has some experience in this because her own father, who was an incredible footballer and then went on to be a sports pundit, was an alcoholic. And she said she has a bit of a history of coping with big personalities. Now, she said that this was all taken out of context and that this was, trying to paint a narrative of chaos. But I would argue, what context would make it sound okay to describe somebody as an alcoholic? You know, to my mind, someone when they're drunk, and this is her words as well, is that they think they're invincible. There's nothing they can't do beyond their actual ability. That's an insult, isn't it? Other things she said, J.D. Vance, who is assumed to be the heir apparent to President Donald Trump. She said he was a conspiracy theorist. That hasn't been denied. In fact, I think J.D. Vance has come out and said, well, I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the ones that are true, which is, again, isn't exactly that encouraging. And she described Elon Musk, the chief of staff, she described Elon Musk as having a habit of taking microdosing, a horse tranquilizer. So these are really damaging comments that she made, and they would normally end somebody's political career. I think it speaks to a couple of things. The fact that she is in herself extraordinarily powerful and credited with much of the success of Trump's election, and she has commanded his respect, not least because of who her father was. Susie Wiles has a bond with Trump. He likes, and to quote her, she says he likes people who have good genes. make of that what you will. So it's interesting. So that I think is interesting that nobody has turned on her over all of that. But I also think it might well be indicative of trouble within the Republican Party. And perhaps, actually, the more negative side to all of this is that she is quietly realigning herself, because there was no criticism with Marco Rubio, for example. She described him as being principled and a man of integrity. Might she align herself with him in the future? Because there is much talk at the moment of annihilation in the midterms for the Republican Party. And of course, those embarrassing comments just yesterday, which everybody is trying to distance themselves from within the Republican Party. Just so much embarrassment around Weiner and his tragic murder. So a difficult time for the Republicans, but extraordinary, really, that she's holding her head up high and commanding their loyalty still.
And it's a strange one, Dr. Ellie, on the basis that it's the same week that we've had the BBC case launched, 5 billion twice, so 10 billion of a lawsuit against the BBC for editing his interview in an incorrect way.
You're so kind in calling it editing.
Editing was a loose description of what it was. But he's normally taken quite, as Isabel rightly said, grievance and upset with someone saying something disparaging towards him. But he's standing by her for this. So it's a rather unusual one, right?
Well, still the official rhetoric is that they took things out of context, and if he is angry, he will be angry against the media outlet that published this, the Vanity Fair, rather than against her. On that side, he continues with his process of, animosity with the media and so on. There might have been some things that were, edited, as you said, and put out of context just to make sense. For example, comments on different people in different contexts, and put them together to shape a frame or an image of that person due to, editorial purposes or just to make a point. So there is that. They are not denying, because obviously they know that it has been recorded and they have invited in the media and so on. So I think this is a whole other issue, that he will protect her and attack the media itself. On her side, she is the Iron Lady of the White House. She promised people a different, better second term of Trump, and to a certain extent, she is delivering on that. We have to also remember that Trump's people, Trump's entourage, Trump's administration is not an establishment administration. It's not people who have been trained in the administration. It's not people who are colleagues and who know the system. It's people that come from so many different backgrounds with so many different ideas that are only connected with the image of Trump. Mm-hmm. And she's making sure that they are continuing to be in line, that they are holding the line, and they are supporting the president no matter what. So I think she is very crucial to his presidency. He knows that. And that's why he would look over any mistakes that she does, if we want to call this a mistake in that sense. And definitely, I know, we have to say that Trump gets away with things in the media that no other president have gotten away with, simply because he's too blunt and he says, okay, I said that, or I did that, or this is the fact, I don't care, I'm moving on. And the American public opinion is getting acquainted to that little by little, and they're getting used to it.
I mean, she is doing a good job in that sense.
Definitely.
She's keeping it all together. She's the glue that's holding it all together. Isabel, I guess every single administration that's been in there, there's been factions, there's been breakaways, there's been issues, there's been turbulence behind the scenes. This is just one that we found out about more than anything else. Would that be fair to say?
Well, yes, except normally you would have anonymous briefings with disgruntled, perhaps fired or dismissed members of an administration. But this is coming from the heart of the administration, and it's all been sanctioned. They were fully posing as a team together for these interviews, and then they're complaining about it afterwards. So it's very odd. I think it's interesting that much of the commentary describes Susie Wiles as being the second most powerful person in Washington. She has the ear of Trump. She's very much made her role as the facilitator. Whatever his idea is, she doesn't question it. She just makes it happen. But I argue actually that she may be the only person who can actually offend Trump, and therefore perhaps she herself could be, unknown to all of us, one of the most powerful people on the planet, perhaps the most powerful. She has the ear of the president. She makes his wishes happen, he's not going to let her go anytime soon. So I think what we've learned from all of this is the power that she wields, and perhaps a weak spot that Trump might have for her. Because to keep somebody close to you like that, who has made those sorts of comments, in any other administration, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in the UAE, whether it is in the United States, is a risky business. And, it's not very Trump-like to keep anyone critical close to him.
Let me just be the conspiracy theorist for once and say maybe, because she has never given, very rarely given statements to the media, maybe this is a kind of tribute to show what kind of legacy she has, what kind of, great work she's doing in the White House, especially that all the team, all the administration actually posed for the pictures and gave the glory of her and so on. Maybe that's a way for them to say, okay, thank you, goodbye. Within few months, we'll see a change in the White House and the new chief of staff coming. Could be.
We'll hold that.
Everything is possible.
If it does happen,
yes,
we'll hold
please.
that clip just in case. Thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that, Ellie and Isabel. Right, let's move on to our next story. In Australia, families have begun holding funerals for the 15 people who were gunned down at the attack on a Hanukkah gathering on Sydney's Bondi Beach. Hundreds gathered to pay their respects, and police have brought murder and terror charges against the surviving gunman. Patrick Falk has this report.
In Sydney, mourners marched to the beat during a funeral procession for Rabbi Eli Schlanger, just a few blocks away from Bondi Beach, where he was gunned down days ago. A husband and father of 5, Schlanger had organised Sunday's Chanukah by the Sea event where the attack unfolded. The crowd that had come to pay their respects spilled outside of the synagogue.
His daughter is in my daughter's class in school. We had to explain to her yesterday that her friend's dad is no longer with us, no longer coming home. This isn't a normal situation. I don't think people understand that we have terrorism on our doorstep.
There were emotional scenes also at the funeral of the youngest victim in the attacks, Matilda. Her parents recalled the moments leading up to the massacre that took their daughter's life.
Telling me that it's hard to breathe, and I was holding her, and I was like, calm down, please. I was trying to pull her out, but the shooting would just not stop. We were looking where the cops were. There were no cops.
As Australia continues to grieve, police brought charges against one of the men responsible. 24-year-old Naveed Akram faces 15 counts of murder, 40 counts of attempted murder, as well as other charges of terrorism. Police say his car, found at the crime scene, contained improvised explosive devices. He's expected to remain in hospital until he's well enough to be transferred to prison. Reports saying the suspects were inspired by ISIS have prompted questions about whether authorities in Australia did enough to prevent hate-fueled crimes.
We want to stamp out and eradicate anti-Semitism from our society. We want to also stamp out the evil ideology of what would appear to be, from the investigators, an ISIS-inspired attack. That has no place, that sort of hatred.
Meanwhile, investigations are ongoing to try and determine how deep any links with ISIS may have been.
Generally, an ISIS-inspired attack means that the individual or individuals who perpetrated it were consumers of ISIS propaganda, identified with the organization, with its mission, with its goals, often with its tactics, and decided to carry out the attack basically to further the organization's goal. Generally, it means that they didn't have a direct connection to the group. They were not operationally directed.
A 2024 U.S. National Counterterrorism Center report said the threat posed by ISIS was at a low point following years of suppression. But the Bondi Beach massacre may show its followers remain active and pose a threat wherever communities fail to eradicate them. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Dr. Ellie, first to you on this. This arrest comes as mourners are gathering for the funerals of victims. It is of no consolation whatsoever for the families of these victims that an arrest has been made, but at least one of the gunmen has been brought to justice, or will be brought to justice once he's well enough to be released from prison.
Nothing brings back your child. Nothing brings back the parent or the person that you have lost. This is an awful thing, no matter how you put it, no matter what is the context before, during, and after. It's just a pain that is unbelievable. And the idea that it comes from Australian against Australian is just so confusing to the Australian society, is just so overwhelming to the Australian society that is suffering over the past couple of years from extremely divided opinions and radicalization on all sides. We've seen a recent call for a big demonstration to bash the Middle Easterns as a reaction to this. We've seen neo-Nazi groups being organized. The Australian society definitely is taking a strong turn, and I think now, after things calm down a little bit and the lost ones have been put to rest, there's some serious questioning that needs to be done. There's some serious thinking that needs to be done on where is Australia heading from here on. And I don't think that the day before can be like the day after. Something significant, I think, will need to change if we are to protect Australia from future actions and reactions on both sides. We know that the biggest previous event of shooting led to a major change in the gun ownership policy. I think this one also will do the same towards more restrictions. It will be challenged in Parliament, but I guess after such an atrocity, things will be maybe heading in more and more restrictions on gun ownership and so on. But also, I think, just on a short note, the government will hold the consequences of this. It will be a real challenge to it, although they are trying to say, we didn't do anything wrong, but definitely many people, many parties are holding it accountable, and it might be a big shock to the current Labour government that have also recognized Palestine, that have also taken different decisions related to that whole division in the society. It might be paying the price for that soon.
We'll come back to some of those regulations that you mentioned as well following the 1986 mass shooting. But Isabel, we heard there one 10-year-old victim's mum speaking out about this atrocity. It's really heartbreaking to see this on our screens.
Yeah, I mean, my heart goes out to her. I have a 10-year-old child. I can't even imagine the pain she's feeling. I think her name was Valentina, and she was describing how they'd left their home country of Ukraine 10 years ago because they felt it was unsafe. That was around the time of Russia's first invasion when they stole Crimea. And they moved to Australia thinking that it would be a safe and a better future for their children. They even chose the name Matilda because, of course, it is the most Australian name that anyone could think up, Waltzing Matilda. And they've urged people, please just remember her name. But it's so senseless, the arbitrary killing of innocent people, Holocaust survivors, elderly people, children, innocent people coming together in the most harmless and beautiful way to celebrate a religious festival is absolutely abhorrent, and I'm pleased to see the international condemnation. But I do think there are serious questions about how this happened. I think the security services can be forgiven when these sorts of atrocities happen, and there was absolutely no record of those individuals. There's always the lone wolf argument. How on earth are we supposed to monitor everyone every minute? These things are virtually impossible to protect yourself against. But we know that these two were on the radar, that they had a history that had flagged up concerns, and for them to then be able to get their hands on not just ordinary weapons, but semi-automatic, long-barreled weapons that were able to cause mass murder in a short space of time. They also travelled to an ISIS hotspot. Why on earth is anybody able to travel to an ISIS hotspot when they're on a watch list? I think there are some really difficult questions to be asked. We know that the particular individual, Naveed Akram, who survived of the perpetrators, only just woke up from a coma last night. He's refusing to cooperate with police. But the court hearing's now been delayed until April because of the complexity of this case and, of course, the huge number of victims. And I think it's something like 59 counts he's facing, including 15 counts of murder. So an absolutely horrific situation in Bondi. And as for the mother, Valentina, my heart absolutely breaks for her and for all of the victims. And of course, we mustn't forget, I think there are 22 who were injured, who are still seriously unwell in hospital. So our thoughts with them as well.
Dr. Ellie, before we move on, as someone who's got family in Sydney, and I think Sydney's always been seen the world over as a place to go for a fresh start, regardless of where you're from. Sure. The majority of people who are there have immigrated to Australia, have gone to Sydney in search of a fresh start, a better life. And now we're seeing this rise in anti-Semitism. We're seeing this rise in Islamophobia. And you lived there for the longest time. Do you see that as a concern? Do you see it as no longer the welcoming safe haven it once was?
It's definitely a concern, and this is a continuously rising concern. People are not, let me say, leaving their past behind and engaging in what's common in the national identity, in the national Australian pride, and the national way of life. And bringing this into Australia is the biggest threat that this can be. On a positive note, though, we have seen that the person who stopped the shooter is also a migrant or an Australian from Syrian origin. So there's definitely all kinds of people in all different communities. The main concern is, do we know what unites us? Do we know what are the values that make us Australian in a sense? And are we willing to adopt these values? And is the government willing to... Is the government willing to punish whoever does not abide by these common values and common identity, if I may say?
Well, thank you both for your thoughts on that. The story, honestly, every time we cover this, my heart breaks for all of the victims and their families. Let's move on to our next story. Warner Brothers Discovery's board has rejected Paramount Skydance's $108.4 billion takeover bid. Now, it says it failed to provide adequate financing assurances. The board has called Paramount's offer inferior to Netflix's $72 billion merger agreement. So they've said there's significant risk. There's uncertain backing from the Ellison family as well. Let's turn to you, first of all, Isabel. Why would Warner Brothers reject such a huge offer? It's far above what Netflix had offered and put on the table in the first place. But there's probably a good reason for this.
Yes, there's lots of mind-boggling numbers floating around, which are enough to sort of bamboozle anyone. The offer, let's not forget, from Paramount Skydance was $108 billion, which is more than the GDP of some small countries like Morocco and Ecuador. But this is a huge legacy studio wanting to acquire and take over another legacy studio. But of course, that would mean probably, I'm no expert in this, but I believe a huge amount of debt. It would be amalgamating two businesses in a structurally highly complex way, which possibly could not only be fraught with lots of bureaucracy, but also debt, taking on lots of debt. So Netflix, we know, is going great guns. Just as recently as earlier this year, I think the boss there was saying we're not interested in acquiring any studios. We're happy on our own, but obviously that's changed. The offer that they're making, there is a lot for Netflix to gain from this, but what is in it for Warner Brothers? Well, they don't have a huge amount of choice, really, when it comes down to a hostile takeover, but I can see that Netflix is a more favourable proposition. They are less of a legacy studio, but they are, there's no huge debt to take over, and I think I'd have made the same decision if I was fortunate enough to be on the board of one of these enormous multi-billion-dollar organisations.
Well, look, I think it's going to come down to the shareholders as well. They'll vote in spring, summer of next year, but the difference, $30 a share would have been what the Skydance Paramount offer would have got them, $27 for Netflix. So unless you're a large amount of shares into this company, you're not going to notice too much of a difference. But Dr. Ellie, probably one of the reasons that this fell down is Jared Kushner and his, I'm going to call it pulling out, I don't know if it was forceful or otherwise, from the deal and the fact that he had a backing in there in the first place.
Indeed. I think we're seeing in the US in general, with the divide that has been, the main stream in the US politics for the past few years, I think there has been concerns on both sides of who controls the media and who controls, in general, production of movies. And we have to recognize how much these big studios and big companies do influence the public opinion and do shape the public opinion in a certain way. And I do believe that the presence of Jared Kushner, but also the Ellison family, supposed or claimed interference in that deal was also a scare for Warner Bros. Not to take the deal in that sense and to see things as a potential takeover to control a huge share of the market and consequently shape the public opinion from there on. So this definitely needs to be accounted, not only the technicalities, which I'm sure are very important that you mentioned, but I think I tend to see this as the most important factor that made them refuse the deal. Jared Kushner withdrawing and saying, no, I have nothing to do with that, and this is them on their own, was, I think, an attempt to save the deal and to push it to go through. But then this will make any potential new offers that they will give even more difficult without his support and his financial presence in that sense.
So they've said yes to the Netflix deal. Is it possible that Skydance Paramount could come back with a higher offer, even though, keeping in mind, 15 billion in debt currently versus Netflix and their over 400 billion of potential profits?
Again, these numbers are huge, and they are calculated in a way that, not always debt is something that is to be scared of. If that is properly invested into growth, into new studios, into production and so on, this might be easily recovered in that sense. And a takeover of a competitor could also be reassuring that the debt will easily be covered. But definitely it is one of the factors that have been considered, I'm sure, by Warner Bros. In their decision.
Isabel, if this merger goes ahead, and we'll, as I said, know that in early 2026, then we'll see this huge conglomeration. Netflix becomes this massive beast, bigger than it currently is. Does that then spark a bit of a concern that you've got this one big player who's got so much of a stake and every single award show ends up just being Netflix?
Of course it does. I mean, competition is a wonderful thing for multiple reasons, and not least because opportunities are broader. It always worries artists and, independent production teams, actors, when you have these sort of huge corporate powers that make all the decisions. You never want to have a sort of monolith, really. Everybody would like to see the sort of hybrid situation, or ideally a bit of cross-pollination. But I do think it is worrying when you have these hugely powerful, hugely valuable sort of unilateral companies, if you like. So, yeah, I think it's a shame, but I can see why it's happening.
Well, thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. A photo that's been posted by Finland's Miss Universe delegate has sparked international backlash in its reopened debate over racism and also cultural awareness. The image shows her pulling the corners of her eyes, a gesture that is widely regarded in most of East Asia as a racist stereotype. Alongside it was a caption that referenced eating with the Chinese. The post went viral, prompting outrage across Japan, South Korea, China, and ultimately it actually cost Miss Finland the title. Dr. Ellie, we'll turn to you first on this. A social media post that has caused outrage very quickly, making headlines once again. This happens all too often, but when someone's in this sort of position of prominence, I guess it can't afford to happen.
Exactly. I think the social media has become such a big influence in everyday's life, in everyone's life, and it goes viral around the whole world, which becomes also a national issue in that sense that the government could not afford to disregard. It was a racist comment. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt and actually look at the picture, see the context. It cannot be saved.
It can't be misconstrued as anything
No,
else.
it was actually a very racist comment, and she did pay the price for it. But we've also seen diplomats, politicians, different kind of people paying the price for their mistakes that happened to have been caught on social media and went viral after that. Definitely, as a person representing your country in any capacity, you have to be 10 times more careful. You have to be 10 times more aware that you are being watched all the time, and to be careful of every message that you send, whether it was intended or unintended.
Look, we've seen, as I said, you've seen many political figures, and even Prince Harry has fallen foul of this in the past as well with his choice Halloween outfits. So that has happened to many people, and they've bounced back from it. But I think she's too fresh into the fore to be able to bounce back, because she has been stripped of her Miss Finland title, Isabel. Is that enough, do you think, or does more need to be done?
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of witch hunts. We all have lapses of judgment. We all do stupid things. Perhaps this will give her the benefit of the doubt, and this was a misguided, poor taste gesture. Let's put it that way. I mean, she's thrown her best friend under the bus. She claims she was massaging her forehead because she was suffering from a migraine, and her friend took the picture and posted the caption saying, "Eating with a Chinese." Now, she clearly has brought at least her organisation into disrepute, the beauty pageant industry. Whether or not you think that is a reputable industry is a whole nother debate. Personally, I think they're an outdated concept, and I think it can be dangerous when you have people who are celebrated for the way they look rather than perhaps what they represent and stand for or think. Is not necessarily a great message to send to our young people. But, you know, I don't want to see her cast out of society and, you know, in the doldrums for this. She's made a mistake. I'd like a bit of a mea culpa, a bit more sort of recognition of the offence she's caused, because this is not just racist. This is deeply racist, to the extent where even Finnair, the airline of her country, has faced negative consequences because Japanese people have taken such offence at it. They have been commenting on Finnair on X to boycott the country, to boycott the airline. It took the Prime Minister to come out and say that, you know, this has been detrimental to the country. And then you get the hard right MPs in Finland coming out and mirroring the gesture and pulling their eyes into a racist slant as well, in solidarity with her, saying that, you know, having her title as Miss Finland was disproportionately harsh. Well, I don't think it was. I think it was totally inappropriate for elected representatives to mirror a racist slur. But as I said, you know, she's a human being. It's not exactly, you know, she hasn't committed a crime, but she has caused offence, and I wish she would apologise for it.
Yeah, look, and even the PM has said this was stupid, this was a misjudgment, it was damaging to the country as well. Should public figures, Dr. Ellie, be judged more on intent, or is impact the standard that really matters here?
How can you judge intent? That's the question. How can you say what was the intention behind this? If she had apologized, if she had said, okay, this was inappropriate, guys, okay, it was a mistake, I wouldn't be so harsh on her. But on the other hand, as you were saying, we all do mistakes, and I wouldn't go all the way to ban all beauty pageants. Come on. It's a beautiful thing that they are trying to, of course, encourage to have not only the beauty of the ladies shown, but also their causes they stand for and their intellect and so on. They're trying to take that into context. I'm not defending them. I'm saying not few mistakes should, you know, derail the whole thing. Mistakes happen and things could move on if the person acknowledges and takes responsibility.
Isabel, they've had a bad year, beauty pageants in general. First, we had the...
I don't mind a dog show. I don't mind a horse show. I'm going to one tomorrow. But, you know, I'm not really a big fan of seeing women parading around and rated on, you know, how good they look in swimwear and, you know, platitudes and attempts to sound like they care about kindness and inclusion when actually they're performing racist slurs in private.
Well, it is the time of the show that we move on to where Isabel and Dr. Ellie have chosen some of the quirkier stories that I've found from online for today. Isabel, let's come back to you first of all. What have you got for us?
Well, you know, there's so much bad news in the world, and I really do think that the world is coming to an end when we have a problem with chocolate. Now, Jono, I'm absolutely shocked to discover that actually you really don't care if we run out of chocolate, because you are so unfortunate that you're allergic.
Yeah.
So you won't understand the depths of my despair at this story.
Exactly.
But,
it's the end of the world.
It is. It's the end of the world. There really is a global crisis with cocoa. There's been a number of poor harvests and drought-related problems, which has seen the price of producing chocolate skyrocket. Now, there is a brand here in the United Kingdom which is 4 generations in one family. It's called Whittaker's, and he's known as William Whittaker, the 4th generation chap, is known as the real deal Willy Wonka. And he says that producing the same item of chocolate costs him $3 million more than it did 2 years ago. And he was saying that the average consumer, when they're buying a piece of chocolate, is paying 17% more, which is a huge, staggering rate of inflation. Now, it means two things. You can either produce less and charge more, so a bit of shrinkflation, or, which I think is the most shocking alternative, is skimpflation, where you actually cut the amount of chocolate altogether. Now, this has been the approach of two brands that I grew up with. Certainly, I don't know about you. Well, I know you did, Jono, now. Penguin and Club. I mean, Club chocolate was just an absolute iconic part of my childhood, but apparently they've reduced the cocoa content so much they can't even legally advertise themselves as chocolate anymore. So I just think, whatever next, really and truly, if this wasn't a call to arms to sort out climate change, I don't know what is.
I mean, it feels like this comes around every couple of years. There's a cycle where they say we're having a cocoa crisis, so it's an issue once again. And
we want to raise the prices.
It seems like a really good reason to bring your quality streak box down every single Christmas. And I don't know if that's necessarily the concern. But have you tried dates? Dates are a very good alternative to chocolate. It's sweet. It's very nice. Maybe give that a try this holiday season, a nice box of dates instead.
It's the creaminess. I mean, I do love a date, don't get me wrong. It does get rid of that sugar urge, but it's the creaminess of chocolate and the richness.
But do you care how much cocoa is there? As long as they advertise it properly, if it tastes good, who cares?
I actually like I like quite dark chocolate as well. And it's actually better for you. The higher the cocoa content, the less rubbish is in it. So
the less fun it tastes as well. So there's also that. Dr. Ellie, we'll turn to your story. Lionel Messi's been on a visit to India. He's been on, and I thought it was start of a world tour that a lot of people are going to get excited about. The GOAT tour is what he's currently been on.
The GOAT tour, yeah.
But it's been fraught with a bit of couple of issues.
Unfortunately, in India, nothing has went as it's supposed to be. It has been a series of unfortunate events, one after the other. Things are simply did not go well for that trip. Just to name few things of the things that didn't go well. First of all, he was all the time overcrowded and overshadowed by celebrities and VIPs wanted to take pictures with him, to the extent that the people who were in the stadiums to watch Messi or to watch him play did not even have the chance of that, which led to a whole chaos and confusion in the stadiums. The police, unable to stop them, stopped the whole event. This made them destroy the whole stadium, so it turned into a whole chaos in that sense. Another event is what we just saw. It's the main, national player, Revant, unable to even give a proper pass to Messi while he was, with him in the field. A third thing that didn't happen properly is the unveiling of his statue, which, because they couldn't keep the people away, had to do it remotely. But then it appeared that the remote they gave him was a fake remote, and somebody was actually pulling the sheets from beneath the statue. And even worse than everything, the statue didn't even look like Messi. So a whole series of unfortunate events. It has been so embarrassing for India. It has been all over the social media. A very, very bad trip for India altogether. In terms
but Messi
of
said it's been a wonder. Messi said it was a wonderful trip. He's really enjoyed it.
I'm sure he got paid. Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed it.
It looks like they rolled out the red carpet, and I think a lot of pressure from anyone. I know that certainly when somebody who's of authority walks in, if my big boss walks in, I have a panic attack almost instantly.
Yeah.
And so maybe that was a nerves issue. That's what happened with everyone that was involved.
Definitely.
They might have had a bit of a panic moment. You know what it's like when the big boss is there. You don't want to make a mistake.
Did you see the footage over the last couple of days of the fake Statue of Liberty in Brazil that got blown over in high winds?
Yes.
Fortunately, nobody got killed. But when I was watching that Messi statue being unveiled, I was sort of wincing. It could have been worse. And India's the most incredible country for sports tours. And yeah, I'm sure he wasn't just thinking about the money when he was reflecting on the trip. It might not have been perfect, but things are a little bit more loosey-goosey sometimes in India than we
Some
might be
people
used to.
said that the statue even looks more like Ronaldo rather than Messi. I'm sure he did not like that comment.
It may have been a different schedule that was happening initially. Well, listen, thanks to both of our guests so much for those stories. First of all, to Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, the chairperson of Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster from Surrey. Thank you so much to both of you. And that is all from us on W News Extra. As always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Leigh Ann is back with you tomorrow evening, and G&T with Tom Burges Watson is on the way. But for now, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, as the push for peace continues, we get the latest from the frontline Ukrainian region of Mykolaiv. We'll be speaking to the regional governor, Vitaly Kim. We'll also get the latest on continuing settler violence in the West Bank, and we'll be discussing the lifting of Syria sanctions and what that means for the country's way forward. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the war in Ukraine, and President Donald Trump has stated that a peace agreement now looks closer than ever. This follows on from a series of talks which have included US envoys Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders in Berlin. But some key issues remain, notably whether Ukraine will have to surrender territory to Russia and whether Russia will accept NATO troops in Ukraine. All this forms part of a revised peace plan, which was initially seen as leaning towards Russia. Well, the Kremlin has made its stance on NATO troops in Ukraine very clear. It's a firm no. However, they've also stated they are open to further discussions. Well, we're joined now by Vitaly Kim, who is the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast. And just to remind our viewers, Mykolaiv is in the south of Ukraine. It touches the Black Sea. There's the city of Odessa to the west, Crimea to the southwest. Mr. Kim, it's cold, it's winter. Temperatures where you are close to zero at night. And I'm just wondering what life is like for ordinary Ukrainians, for people living in frontline regions like yours right now.
Hello, Tom. Thank you for inviting me. I want to say that our life is like common life, but still we have a lot of problems because of the war, but we just get used to work and live during the challenge and during all the problems and threats that we have in here. We almost forgot how it was before the 2022. Still, we have operating business, we have barbershops, and dogs delivery and flowers and beers on the streets, but we have challenge. And for example, in Odessa, in our neighbor region, they are without electricity for 3 days already. We managed to defend ourselves and to recover the electricity in 12 hours. But it's still only the beginning of the winter, and we're looking forward for new attacks from invader of country of Russia. So to tell the truth, we had a very difficult situation during 2022-2023, but now we have recovered almost all business and all services and that we had in a peaceful life.
So it sounds like despite the ongoing war, you and people in Mykolaiv are managing to live a somewhat ordinary existence, and when there's a setback and when Russia targets your energy infrastructure, for example, you bounce back very quickly. That's what it sounds like.
Absolutely right. Because we have practiced for 4 years for a big pity to recover fast, because people cannot live without electricity and water supply. So we have some reserves. We waiting for attacks, and we're trying to recover as fast as possible. And each year we became faster. So, and people get used to alarms, and people get used to the absence of electricity and water for some period of time. And we're living and planning our life and business in such a way, in such conditions.
Right, and obviously Russia's made it a strategy to target the energy infrastructure, as I said, but also the other utilities like water. I mean, what do you think is their goal, and do you think it's having the desired effect?
You're right. Russia tried to attack critical infrastructure to influence people and civilian people. So they're expecting that our people will start arguing for our authorities to stop this war. And from my opinion, it's more not like war crimes, it's like a terrorism, because Russia attacks with missiles and drones critical infrastructure. First of all, it is electricity and heating plants that avoiding people to receive the basic needs. So it is truly difficult to be without electricity and heating for 3 days in the winter. We have average temperature now about 0, but the winter is just starting. From my point of view, that Russia didn't manage to receive the result, because Ukrainian people are very strong, and we get used to, and we have some resilience not to arguing about conditions, because this is like social mind that people will prefer to be without electricity or water to be with Russia, because anything that will happen, it is better that to be occupied. So our people are standing and trying to resist to all the problems that Russia gives us.
Okay, I mean, obviously there's a psychological dimension to any war, but in this particular war, I mean, there does seem to be a certain amount of disinformation circulating. Obviously, the goal of that is to confuse people. And how do you counter the fake news and the disinformation that's doing the rounds?
Ukraine is on our way to democratic country. We have lots of free media. Also, we have Telegram channels and different points of information that gives true information to our people. Also, we are trying to analyze and talking about media attacks. From my opinion, we won this war at the beginning, because Russia expected that they will fulfill all the media fields with fakes, and we will be afraid and we will run. No. We understood that it is not true, and there is a huge amount of people and companies that working against propaganda, against fake news. That's why some news, like fake news, are living for a couple of days on the territory of Ukraine, and then they disappear, because authorities like me also, we're explaining what information is true and what information is false.
Okay, so it sounds like the fake news objectives simply aren't working. Let's talk about the security situation, the military situation in the region of Ukraine where you are. I mean, are there fears where you are of a renewed Russian offensive targeting, for example, Mykolaiv?
It's just an example of fake news that Russia do. about offensive movements in the south of Ukraine. And it is impossible because, first of all, they are not preparing to force the river Dnipro. It is a big river, maybe 4 kilometers wide, and it is winter now. It is very hard to cross this river. Also, they are moving their forces from the south, from this direction, south direction, to Donetsk region, to Zaporizhia region, to the east of our country, because they have problems with troops on their basic line of attack. So they just try to create fake news, people to be worried about it, and they have nothing in common with real situation on the south of Ukraine. For now, it is stable situation on the south. They are not able to do anything on the south of Ukraine at all. If they will make a decision to renew the campaign to attack the south of Ukraine, they will need 2 months up to 6 months to be prepared for this. Our security service, we cannot see any preparation. We can see only that they move the resource from the south to another direction because they have problems on the front line.
Governor Kim, let's talk about the peace efforts. I'd like to ask you, what are your thoughts with regards to the progress towards brokering a deal to end this war?
To tell the truth, I do not have exact information about negotiations that are taking place now. I have only expectation that this negotiation will have an effect and have a result in the future, nearest future, because our people are really exhausted. They will not surrender. We can keep fighting, but we're exhausted. This is true. We need to talk about this. And that's why most people of Ukraine are, from my opinion, expecting the results of this negotiation to stop this war. But still, I do not have the true information, and all information that I have, I cannot talk about it, not to make any effect on negotiations that are taking place.
Okay, I understand that. And before we move on, I mean, there is also this occasional request that comes from Washington, but it's also come from Moscow a few times, that elections should be held in Ukraine. Obviously, a war is going on. Most people understand that you can't hold elections during a war, but apparently not everyone. What's your thoughts with regards to that demand?
From my opinion, election could take place in Ukraine, but the very important thing that we must guarantee the right for vote for every citizen of Ukraine. First of all, it is our soldiers, our people on zero line. The second, all the other people and even all people that are refugees abroad. We need to guarantee that they can realize their right to vote. This is the main problem, that it is difficult to do during the wartime. And I think we need some time. And I'm not afraid that election in Ukraine will change the situation and our vector to democracy and to Europe. But still, it is a difficult task to make it in good quality. That's why I think that we should have them, but we need to do it right.
Absolutely. Governor Kim, you aren't just a public figure, you're also a businessman. So I'd like to get your thoughts about post-war reconstruction. What do you think are going to be the main priorities for rebuilding damaged parts of Ukraine?
This is a very good question, because the south of Ukraine, it's not only the region that need to be recovered. We recovered already about 44% of all damaged or destroyed buildings. And the main problems are military risks, and more than 800 companies recovered their business in here. We have a lot of new companies. I think that the south of Ukraine could be the territory of recovering of economy and one of the headliners of Ukrainian economy, because we have lots of possibilities and our team are working to create conditions for investors for recovering and for creating additional value and creating business, because we know that we cannot manage to recover fully the country without support of the international partners, without investment in the real economy, real sectors of real economy. But we need to create conditions to avoid corruption, to avoid bureaucracy and problems. And for now, we have lots of opportunities, like our government opened the market of the land, so you can invest in land and you can earn money. I think that if we'll talk about it easily, the price for the land or for the rent in Ukraine are on the lowest level now. It is very attractive for investment in the future. But I truly believe that it could be possible only when the war will stop. But we need to be prepared now. And many companies from other countries are now searching the market and making investigation how to do it when the war will stop. And talking about our region, we are concentrating on agriculture, about logistic port, exporting facilities, and industrial park. We're creating a huge industrial park, the biggest in Ukraine, with the best conditions that will be for investors. And negotiation already starts. This is like a mark that future pause or stop, war stop is possible, because for now investors start to run again. I don't know how to say it properly. And I truly believe that our authorities and me will provide the best conditions for investors to recover the economy of Ukraine and the south of Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think having a figure like you with a proven track record in business is going to be attractive to people in Washington. Obviously, President Trump is a businessman first and foremost. Could also be very attractive to people in the region that I'm speaking to you from, which is from the Gulf. Are you reaching out to Gulf countries with a message of please invest in the south of Ukraine?
By all means, because first of all, it is logistics. This is a gate to your country. And talking about food security, talking about agriculture, we are specialized. We have splendid land in here. It is cheap now. And there are possibilities that Ukraine already made for companies that could invest in agricultural sector. And we have a very low, I don't know how to say it, expenses for business in Ukraine. Mostly that we need access to the cheap money, and your countries have money and could invest on the perfect price now. But from my opinion, to receive successful business, we need to start projecting now, because from the beginning of projecting to start the projects, you will need a year or maybe a year and a half. That's why our doors are wide open, and I promise the full support for all investment, for all business that will come to Ukraine, and not to recover or for social policy, also for earning money, because we need taxes in Ukraine to recover all other social programs. So we have programs from government for investment nurse, nanny, that provides many preferences for business, for big business, average business that will invest in Ukraine. So it is without taxes, with infrastructure constructed by government and many, many other things. And me personally, I'm interested in investment in the south of Ukraine and in Ukraine, and I can provide support from my position to any investors that will come to my country.
I just want to ask you on a different note. I mean, obviously you've been through nearly 4 years of warfare in your country, and you hold public office. And obviously this has been a strain on every Ukrainian household, on your minds, on your morale. What do you do on a bad day to boost your morale? Have you got some techniques? Have you got some outlet for somehow letting off steam or changing your mood when you've had bad news or when it's been a bad day?
You know, I'm not a typical man that need to recover. I'm smiling a lot. I have a lot of hobbies, my family, and I'm living the full life. But this helps me to work hard. And I have a goal, and I want to win. So I'm receiving results. So talking about our people just very strong. Because we just get used to the war. We have lots of problems in the past. We have 2 revolutions. So it's not so big surprise for us to work and live in hard times. But our people recovering due to their own families, due to their own city, country, work, hobbies, pets, and other things. And to tell the truth, many people of Ukraine now are also smiling and trying to work to live their full life. For recovering, we're using, I don't know, maybe love, I don't know how to say it, but still people are trying not to leave Ukraine and to work hard inside the country.
OK, and just lastly, Governor Kim, do you have a parting message for the international community, perhaps for President Trump, perhaps for President Putin? Who would you choose and what would you say?
It is hard to me to address such kind of message, but war is stopped. I wish that all our people will not be killed by invaders anymore. But I think that this peace must be fair, because we are defending, we are not aggressors, and we are defending our homeland. So my message is, let's talk and stop it.
OK, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Vitaly Kim, the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you. See you.
Now turning to the Middle East, and despite a ceasefire in Gaza, which took effect on the 10th of October, UN agencies are reporting that severe malnutrition amongst children remains widespread. Well, the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory continues to worsen, with the Save the Children group saying that it is still unable to deliver necessary assistance. Well, they're citing Israeli restrictions for this. Meanwhile, Israeli shelling has been reported in parts of southern Gaza, even as winter storms lash the fragile structures and flood the tents, which are sheltering the vast majority of displaced Palestinians. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, the US Deputy Ambassador to the UN says that President Donald Trump would not allow Israel to annex any part of the territory. Those comments follow on from Israel's approval of 19 settlement outposts as independent settlements, marking the 3rd such move under current policy. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ahmed Fattouh, who is a spokesperson for Fatah, who joins us now from Ramallah. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ahmed. Always a pleasure talking to you. I'd like to start by talking about the situation in the West Bank. There's been yet more violence in the West Bank. This time, a 16-year-old Palestinian boy by the name of Ammar Sabah has been shot and killed. That happened in the town of Tuku on Tuesday. Before that, another teenager was killed. Israel says in at least one of these cases, one of the boys was throwing stones and bottles. What's your understanding of what happened?
Of course, this is a ridiculous excuse to say they are killing children because they are throwing stones or bottles. That is absolute nonsense. What's happening is the typical Israeli settlers terrorism that want to terrorize the Palestinian people, the indigenous Palestinian communities, to push them away from their villages and from their lands in order for the Israeli occupation and colonialism to expand. This is not something new to us. This is not even new to the world. You have the Hilltop Boys, who is a terrorist organization inspired by extremist Zionist religious ideologies and committing Jewish terrorism, extremist Jewish terrorism against non-Jewish people of the Palestinian Holy Land. And that's mainly the Palestinian people. So what we have here is a continuous daily attacks on our civilians in the north, in the middle, in the south, everywhere. targeting villages and towns because it has less concentrated population and less in terms of presence of the Palestinian Authority and police, taking advantage of the occupation support and the unconditional support by the Israeli government, and from far-right extremist parties like Ben Gvir and Smotrich party, and by the way, by the Likud. The Hilltops boys were inspired by Sharon, the previous Prime Minister of Israel in the 2000s, who is a member of the Likud party. So those terrorist groups are there to provoke, to intimidate, to terrorize the Palestinian people and to push them out. And they have been, unfortunately, successful on many occasions. They were successful in kicking out about 150 Palestinians from Mghayr. And they are terrorizing people in Safriyatta, taking lands and burning the trees and burning the olive trees. Olive in Palestine is not only a symbolic item and a symbolic tree, it is also an economical product for the Palestinian villagers and farmers. They burned thousands of trees this season, causing great losses for the farmers and for the olive oil industry. The prices jumped into double the price of last year because of this terrorism. So this is a systematic effort inspired by political ideology and political stance that wish to move the Palestinians out of their lands, squeeze them into Bantustans, in order for the Israeli colonialism expand further and further, and eventually ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people. Of course, that's their plans, but we are here steadfast, and we will not move away from our lands. And this is not only a crime and a violence of grave terrorism, but it's also against the international law and against all the peace treaties and also all agreement between us and Israel.
Mr. Fatou, according to the UN, and I'm sure you know this, but this is really for the benefit of our viewers, October saw the highest number of settler attacks on record. It doesn't sound like, from what you're saying, the Israeli government is doing anything to stop this kind of violence. What's your message to, for example, Washington, which takes a very close interest in developments in this part of the world?
The Washington needs to step in and to stop this madness. This is not only a crime of violence, it is a terrorism. They are terrorist groups like ISIS, or like any extremist ideological group. So we have to ask the world to step in order to force peace and to prevent this ethnic cleansing campaign. It's openly said by Israeli ministers and by Israeli leaders. This is not something hidden. This is not a secret anymore. We have Smotrich, who is funding these terrorist groups. We have Ben Gvir, who is providing weapons, and there's a footage of Ben Gvir distributing weapons to those terrorist groups and inciting them to attack the Palestinian villages and Palestinian towns. The United States and international community has to protect the Palestinian civilians, has to apply the international law, has to deal with this group as terrorist group, as to be defined as terrorists, not only violence or an out-of-hand gangs. No, they are terrorist groups that are moving with a political agenda, with a strategy to move the Palestinians out of their lands. And what's taking place is going completely out of hand. Now we have a situation living that we are scared to move between city and another city. The streets between cities are filled with these gangs that attack the Palestinian civilians, act at night, and also in the morning when we are going to our work, when we're going to schools. So it is terrorizing our life, it's obstructing our daily lives, obstructing our work and our economy, in addition to their terrorism and killing Palestinian children and Palestinian teenagers. As you just said, today they killed a young boy. 2 days ago they killed another. They shoot, they have a very advanced weapon, they have snipers, they have very heavy M16s and sometimes even bombs. And they attack and they burned many of the houses and villages and cars yesterday on different Palestinian villages in the West Bank. This is a daily systematic terrorism. Is like pogroms And here where the United States and the international community need to pressure and sanction Israel for their terrorism, the Israeli occupation forces not only allowing them to do this, they are providing protection for them. Nobody can defend themselves against those terrorist settlers, because the moment you touch them, the Israeli occupation will come to your house, arrest you, arrest your family, and sometimes even destroy your own house. So we are dealing with a comprehensive system of terrorism and occupation and ethnic cleansing, aiming at moving the Palestinians out of their lands.
We've been told that Israel is going ahead with the demolition of several structures in the northern refugee camp of Nur al-Shams, there in the West Bank where you are. What's your understanding of why Israel is doing this?
Until now, Israel caused the ethnic cleansing of 50,000 Palestinians. 50,000 Palestinian refugees are homeless right now because of the Israeli occupation systematic attack on refugee camps. What they are doing is a process of pushing the Palestinians out of their inhabitant places to make them transfer from location to location, squeeze them into pantostans, into ghettos, without any source of income, without any security, and siege them by the Israeli occupation forces in order to seize lands and expand and open more way for the colonialist project and the Israeli colonial settlements. We have the project, the E1 project, which you are fully aware of. It is extremely dangerous, that would divide the West Bank from north to south. And they are pushing toward the east to expand the colonial settlers of Israeli occupation into Jericho. So these plans aim to undermine the Palestinian statehood, to undermine the Palestinian Authority, disconnecting the cities and villages from each other. This cripples the economy as well as cripples our representation and the governance efforts to manage the people and our society. Also, they are building gates and checkpoints all over the West Bank, that they reach a point that they could close all West Bank within 5 minutes. It just needs one command by the Israeli occupation forces to close the gates, and they would prevent millions of Palestinians from reaching out to their cities or to their factories or to their farms or to their workplaces within minutes of Israeli occupation order. So that is a process of an apartheid system coupled with occupation that wish to push Palestinians out into small ghettos and destroy the prospects of a Palestinian state.
Okay, Mr. Fattah, we're nearly out of time. I just want to ask you briefly, though. I mean, you've probably seen the reports as well that there is growing frustration between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. In particular, it centers around the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. But given that context, and given that there is allegedly this angry message that's been sent from Washington to Israel, and given that Prime Minister Netanyahu is likely to be meeting President Trump at the end of this month, wouldn't now be an advisable moment to lodge a very firm complaint with Washington about these actions in the West Bank? Shouldn't the Palestinian authorities be taking action right at this moment?
We are reporting daily, the international community, the Americans and everybody, about the criminality and the crimes against the humanity that Israel committing in the West Bank and Gaza. We are in contacts with within the Europeans, the EU, the Arab world, as well as the Americans, although that we are banned right now, as you are aware of, from reaching United States, from entering United States. And although our embassy is closed in the United States and the PLO office is closed in the United States, but still our messages reach President Trump and the American administration. It's regrettable that we continue to see this biased approach by the U.S. administration, listening to Netanyahu, listening to the far-right coalition of the Israeli government, while dismissing the messages from the Palestinians and all this evidence on the ground. They see it in the news, they see it everywhere, reported by the UN, reported by Amnesty International, by Human Rights Watch, and even by our governments and ministries. we have been calling for the stop of settlements since 30 years, since we signed Oslo. Each US presidents are full aware that one of the main obstacles for the two-state solution is these colonial settlements that are expanding unconditionally and without any constraints on the Palestinian lands, which is hindering the two-state solution and hindering the negotiations. It doesn't make sense that we are discussing a permanent peace based on the two-state solution when one part is expanding unconditionally with all the support of the Western world, and the other part is receiving all kind of bombardment and terrorism and the starvation and the blockade on Gaza, this barbaric blockade that belongs to the Dark Ages, is still ongoing, while the world is watching and seeing clearly how children and babies and infants are dying from cold and hypothermia, while food and shelter and warmth is just one decision away from them if the United States wishes to push Israel to stop it. In 1956 war, according to the diaries of Ben Gurion, he said one phone call by the President Roosevelt forced him to retreat, and he closed that phone while he was crying. It just requires one phone call from the United States to stop this tragedy, that ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Palestine. In this world, we are witnessing children and babies dying from cold, and the world is looking silent and impotent in front of these images. It's deplorable, it's tragic that we are living in this unjust world, and this is the time that the international community to come into its responsibility and to fulfill the international resolutions that Israel is obligated to abide with by enforcing and applying sanctions on this occupying power, and to be brave and to be in support of our global values and our humanitarian values. It is depressing that we are living this dystopian future today when we are seeing this blockade that belongs to the Dark Ages, when the world has all the tools to end it and to stop it. I hope that the United States would listen to the voice of the majority, including the voice of Americans who are now from both parties, with the Republicans and Democrats, are against this ongoing genocide of Gaza, which did not stop, by the way. It's only hiding behind a veil of a flimsy ceasefire deal that Israel violates every day. Just today, they killed 9 Palestinians, and from cold, 14 Palestinians were killed, died, and 4 children among them died from cold, when Israel had all the power and all the capabilities to allow the entrance of all shelters and clothing and gas for warming the people. They are committing terrorism in front of our eyes.
Mr. Fatou, I'm sorry to cut you short. We're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ahmed Fatou, spokesperson for Fatah. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, in other news, President Donald Trump has added 5 countries, including Syria, to the US travel ban. Well, this move comes even as Washington works to strengthen ties with Damascus following the Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara's White House visit back in November. Well, the White House says that Syria still lacks reliable authorities for issuing passports and civil documents, as well as proper security vetting. Well, the decision also follows on from a recent ISIS attack in central Syria, which killed 3 Americans. Well, we can speak now to Abdel Hafiz Sharaf, who's a member of the Syrian American Council. He joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Let's start by talking about what's been a pretty stunning 12 months for Syria. I mean, there's been change in your country beyond most people's expectations, ending what's been decades of international isolation. Let's talk specifically, though, about the congressional vote to repeal the Caesar Act, i.e. the lifting of sanctions. Your organization, the Syrian American Council, called this the most difficult hurdle, and you said it's now been overcome. Why is this such a significant step, and what does this mean for Syria?
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. The sanctions, particularly, the Caesar Act, were not an end in themselves. They were a tool to apply pressure, on the Assad regime, constrain its war economy and prevent normalization without political change. In that sense, they played really a pivotal role in isolating the regime and shaping the environment that eventually led to its collapse. Now the question is why it's still there. The Assad regime is gone. It's totally, the question is not whether the sanctions, worked or not, but now how they transition. Lifting the Caesar Act is very important for the future of Syria. If Syria wants to have a better future, Caesar Act right now is pressuring the people, not the Assad regime. The Assad regime is gone completely. So that's why we are hoping that the Senate actually is going into the right direction right now by removing and lifting the Caesar Act completely and totally without any conditions.
Right, so still some more work needs to be done for the full lifting of sanctions. And some of our viewers might be wondering why the Caesar Act has that name. And I'll just remind them, it was named after a Syrian military defector by the name of Farid al-Madhan, who smuggled some 55,000 photos of detainees out of Syria. They're obviously killed under torture. This all happened about a decade ago. I mean, looking back, just how important were his actions, do you think?
Actually, it is very important. I mean, at that point, the Caesar Act by itself, I think it was one of the reasons, why the Assad regime has fallen. It played a pivotal role. As you know, that the detainees, some of them actually, Assad regime has starved them to death. And then after that, they were taking, these kind of pictures, like a photo session for the people. It's insane what was happening, in Syria. And that's why these sanctions were imposed. Now, after the fall of the Assad regime, these sanctions, hopefully today, actually, the Senate will vote. We'll have the vote, the final vote on the NDAA, which has the removal, the complete removal, the total removal of the sanctions of the Caesar Act. So hopefully, and we are hoping that will happen very soon, in a few hours actually, and then after that, it will go to President Trump to sign it. And by that, all the sanctions will be removed totally. And this is very important, for the Syrian people at the moment.
Right, and obviously, as you said there, this defector by the name of Farid al-Madhan, who was codenamed Caesar, you say he played a really important role in the downfall of Bashar al-Assad. But when we look at Syria's rehabilitation into the international community, and that's been extremely dramatic as well, who do you think deserves the most thanks for that?
I mean, to be honest, the people who suffered under that regime and they were still there in Syria, and they tried to live under all these, consequences in Syria. They faced difficulties like no one seen before. It was like living in hell basically. Everything is expensive. Everything was really no services, nothing like that. They were living like very kind of primitive living conditions. So they deserve the thanks. They deserve all of, they are the ones who caused the Assad regime to fall. So basically now the Assad regime is not there, and now Syria is trying to shift to the Western axis, and they want to be with the allies with the West, with the US, and they want to be away from Russia, away from Iran. And this is, by lifting the sanctions, we will help them to do that. Also, lifting the sanctions will prevent Iran from coming back to Syria. It will prevent Russia from coming back to Syria, because, Russia actually... we don't want them to be the lifeline, for the Syrian people. we don't want to push the Syrian people and the Syrian government to be to go back to Russia. We have to lift the sanctions so they can survive. They can rebuild, start rebuilding, the country, start having some services, because, the Caesar Act, as you know, is very strict sanctions, and it sanctioned almost everything in Syria. It affects even the health sector. It affects the housing, the reconstruction. It affects the banking system. Sanctions on almost everything: electricity, fuel, services. Also, it affected the cost of living on the Syrian people, the jobs and income. All of that, it is part of the Caesar Act. The Caesar Act nowadays is an obstacle for the Syrian people to have a brighter future, and it has to go away so Syrian people can actually ally, can transition to the West.
And what's your message to the international community, and particularly to people who are considering investing in Syria? What do you say to them?
I think, the meeting that we have with Brian Mast, Brian Mast, the congressman, and President al-Shara, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, that meeting was initially with business people. We invited business delegation to Syria. We went with the business delegation to Syria, private equities from the United States, and we went to Syria to see and to explore opportunities. And we found a lot of opportunities in Syria. We sat down with the government, with the Syrian government, with the SSF, the Syrian Sovereignty Fund, and we talked to them about what kind of opportunities we can have, the American companies can have. We went with oil and gas companies, we went with construction companies, we went with rare earth kind of phosphate and all of that. So we talked to the Syrian government about the opportunities, and we found actually a lot of opportunities in Syria. We think, the Caesar Act, when it's lifted, and that's what, this delegation, the business delegation, when they met with Brian Mast, they told him about the opportunities in Syria, about how the Syrian people actually are trying to live their lives, and they want just to rebuild their country. They don't want anything else. They don't want to be a threat, to anyone else in the region. They just want to reconstruct and rebuild the country. They talked to him about, the banking system and how the Caesar Act, for example, affect the banking system in Syria. Syrian banks now, after lifting the Caesar Act, they can start reconnecting, even partially, to the correspondent banks. Money transfers from abroad become much cheaper, become much easier to Syria. And that actually will start to create jobs in Syria. It will start to have, Syrian people will start to have some income, and this could be visible within months. Actually, Caesar Act froze construction, energy, transport, manufacturing, all of that. So they talked to Brian Mast about that, and he started to think about, now the American businessmen, they want to go to Syria to invest. They want to have some opportunities, and that would help the country, the Syrian country, to have a better future. It will also help the American companies, to have more opportunities and make more investments in Syria, and that kind of common interest, between Syria and the United States, and that's what we want to have, a common interest that actually engage, Syrian government with the American investments much more, and that will lead to more stability in Syria.
Right.
It will lead to a better future. It will help the country to stabilize and prevent any kind of even, I would say, bringing investments to Syria. It's not only going to help the stabilization of the country. It will prevent Syria from going back to Russia, to Iran. It will also countering radical ideology, because these extremists, they try to exploit these kind of conditions, living conditions, and they try to exploit that kind of environment to resurge again. And having alternative for the Syrian people, having, alternative businesses and all of that will prevent all of this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sharaf. I'm so sorry we're out of time. Abdel Hafiz Sharaf, member of the Syrian American Council, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. See you then. Good night.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
We live in dangerous times, so says Australia's Prime Minister in the wake of Sunday's heinous Bondi Beach massacre. But were there signs the government ignored? Israel's leader says the shooting was directly linked to Australia's recognition of a Palestinian state. Is he right? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. It was the deadliest attack against the Jewish community since October 7 and the deadliest shooting incident in Australia for almost 30 years. A radicalised father and son may have pulled the triggers at Bondi Beach, but the Israeli government and many within the global Jewish community say ultimately blame lies with the Australian government.
Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
Jewish advocacy groups say anti-Semitic attacks have risen globally since 2023. In Australia, they've reached historically high levels, almost 5 times the average number before October 7. Groups in the US and UK note similar spikes. But Australia's PM rejects the suggestion that government policy is to blame.
I want to bring up what Prime Minister Netanyahu said today. He singled you out personally, he said, for pouring fuel on the anti-Semitism fire by recognising a Palestinian state. Do you accept any link between that recognition and the massacre in Bondi?
No, I don't. And overwhelmingly, most of the world recognises a two-state solution as being the way forward in the Middle East.
On this episode, we'll ask, have governments done enough to tackle anti-Semitism? Have anti-Israel protests normalised a level of violence against Jews? And is it wrong to link this terror attack to recognition of a Palestinian state? Joining us for this discussion is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. Ellie Cohanim is back with us, a lawyer and activist who has campaigned on many issues, including anti-Semitism. And Gideon Levy rounds out our panel, a renowned Israeli journalist and author who writes for Haaretz. Thank you all for joining us. I just want to be clear before we start this debate that this is not a debate about the right and wrong of this massacre. Obviously, there is no debate there. There is no justification for the killing of civilians. Our debate will centre around the why and the what happens next. As a result of rising hate crimes against Jews in Australia, the government appointed a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism in July of last year. But the envoy herself has criticised the government for not doing enough to tackle the problem and said that Sunday's Bondi shooting was, and I quote, inevitable. Adela, let's start with you, seeing as this is one of your areas of expertise. Was this a manifestation of Western countries, Western governments ignoring the signs of anti-Semitism in their communities?
Absolutely. I mean, less than 2 years ago, we had people in Australia chanting, "Send the Jews to the gas chambers," and gas the Jews. And now when there is a terror attack against Jewish people openly practicing their Judaism, we're supposed to act surprised. This isn't surprising. It's not surprising. It's something that's been a long time coming. When you condone chants of globalize the Intifada, this is the globalization, and it's manifesting in the Jew hatred that we heard being taken into action.
Gideon, what's your reading on maybe the impetus behind this crime?
You cannot disconnect it with Israel's policy in Gaza, with Israel's behavior in Gaza. There is anti-Semitism, it should be fought, but in the last 2 years, Israel had fueled it with so many horrible excuses, and the identification of the Jewish communities all over the world with Israel just fueled it even more. Once you identify yourself with Israel and with its government and with the genocide in Gaza, then it fuels hatred toward Israel, toward Jews. We cannot ignore it. The anti-Semitism didn't raise its head in such a barbaric way in other years when Israel had a more peaceful policy or less brutal policy. But the 2 years in Gaza have a price, and we can't ignore the context. And by this, obviously, I don't justify anything, but I say there is a context, and we should better touch the context rather than look for all kinds of means to fight anti-Semitism.
We are absolutely going to come to that context as we move on as well. But Tobias, let me bring you in here. What's your reading? Is this government's not doing enough to tackle anti-Semitism, or do you agree with what Gideon is saying?
I really respected Gideon's view. I'm not close to what's going on in Australia. I've been affected by terrorism myself, not something I talk about a lot. I lost my brother in the Bali bombing in 2001 and became very close to many Australians because they were affected by that terrorist attack as well. My reflections back on that and comparing it with today is the difference between hatred, which you do get, and that's very sad in its own right. It needs to be tackled. We see that here in the streets of London as well, over what's going on in the Middle East with Gaza and Israel. But then there's the indoctrination that somehow you will get a free pass to paradise, that somehow because you are radicalized in this way, that you'll be rewarded for killing people in heaven. And that is the piece that concerns me here, is that this war on terror that President Bush declared many years ago has never been won. We've never really got to the bottom of jihadi extremism and how it actually is operating today right across the world in Africa, in Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, for example. ISIS-K, Afghanistan is going down that road as well, and in other areas, including Philippines and in Asia too. So there is a wider concern that the ability to indoctrinate, particularly then using what's going on in the Middle East, then to advance and make your cause heard, is concerning as well. That's something I think all of us, every single nation, needs to grasp.
Adela, why do you think this issue is so pervasive? Why has it been so difficult to tackle? As Tobias was saying there, the war on terror has never been won. Is it this very difficult balance between civic rights, political correctness? Is it just that governments don't know how to tackle this kind of extremism on all sides of the religious spectrum?
I think, at least speaking from the United States, the issue with the war on terror is that it became very top-down and it never actually filtered down, right? When you have universities that are teaching open Marxist ideologies, open anti-fascist ideologies, which sound great in practice, right? We should all be anti-fascist in theory, but in practice it actually manifests in revolutionary acts of violence that they've been teaching in the universities. So when you have a younger generation that's coming up amid the war of terror, being taught by their very professors that the war on terror is the bad thing and the good thing is the terrorism, because we have to look at the context, right? The word context is always weaponized. Then the war of terror can never succeed. Because at the end of the day, as much as politicians might want to do something, the up-and-coming generations, they're going to be the next step of each country. And, you know, if you look at 2001, post 9/11, 24 years later, we're here at 2025, and the people who are being educated post the war on terror are now in positions of leadership. So if we see everything that happened after October 7th, everything that happened on the college campuses, this was a long time coming. And I really worry for what will happen 10 years from now when those very students are in positions of power. And I think that's the reason why we've never been able to really progress. When it's top down and it doesn't filter into the next generation, it's not going to be one. It'll just become a rift between the government doing what it thinks it needs to do to protect its people, what its people think that they want, and what the actual threats are.
Gideon, what do you...
Can I come back there?
Yeah, go for it, Tobias.
Yeah, I mean, I've been educated in both, listen carefully there, I've been educated both in Britain and in America at universities. I'd like to think that actually the reason why you go to university and get a tertiary education is to learn how to think. And I don't think we're getting swathes of people indoctrinated in the same way that radicalization takes place. There may be some individuals. The idea that professors are teaching this stuff, I think is a distraction from what we should be focusing on, which is the fact that we have Islamic extremists going around encouraging people to get training, which I understand happened in the case of the Bondi Beach attack, and then carry out these activities. That is a separate debate from the discussions on the campuses, which was more concerned, as far as I could read it, with the prosecution of the military campaign by Israel on Gaza. And I had concerns about that. I absolutely support the right of Israel to defend itself 100% after that barbaric attacks. But as a military man myself, I don't believe that the way they've gone about it has actually led to any political advance. This was all actually about destruction and destroying rather than rebuilding. And I'm allowed to express that without demonstrating any hatred whatsoever, nor to be labeled somehow anti-Israeli, which I'm not. If anything, I'm probably anti-Netanyahu because I disagree with what he's absolutely done. That's a separate political debate from perhaps what I think is being labeled as going on the campuses in American universities.
I would think, yes, they're separate debates, but they're also inherently linked. So, for example, how does a student that I spent multiple classes with somehow go to lighting an Israeli flag on fire and pouring gasoline on it in the middle of campus? And that was 2019, right? That was pre-October 7th, no military open campaign in Gaza. So I think that the idea of how does someone get radicalized, it starts from the ground up. And you're right. I think that the two shooters, it's come out that they were in the Philippines to be radicalized, to receive military-style training. But if someone who grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in the United States that lived a relatively easy life can get radicalized into burning flags on campus, yelling slogans, how much more
would you agree, though?
Would you agree
that's a rare? Would you agree that's a rare event? If that happened here in the UK, on any campus, no matter what the atmosphere is, I think most people, the average Briton, indeed society, would condemn that. They might even be sympathetic with what the individual's thinking. But to go to that extreme, I do hope that wherever that happened,
that there were others, normal people, that would say, whatever your views are, that's not the way to go about it. So that may be a one-off example, but let's not say that that's actually common behavior, either in America or Britain.
Former spokesperson of the state of Israel, visited the UK. He was trapped inside of a UK classroom and he couldn't go out. He had to get security, and they actually had to cancel a lot of his events on his public speaking tour. This happens in the UK as well, and this was happening in Australia. And again, it happens on the campuses. Again, I want to take a step back. I took it to campus as an example. But you're right. The war on terror was not fought in the way that it should have been. But we can't ignore the rift that happened between the governments and the way that they fought the war on terror, the way it was branded, and the actions that they should have or could have taken, and the way that right now it's being perceived by the upcoming generation that's upset about my rate of things, including economic instability, inability to purchase homes, and disenfranchisement, now being led into radicalized paths. But of course, Australia is different. These were not college students. Again, I used that as an example to illuminate.
Gideon, you wanted to jump in there?
Yeah, I think the biggest incitement are the photos, the reality in Gaza. You don't need much more to incite people when you see what Israel is doing in Gaza. That's the real incitement. Now, people take it to horrible places, obviously, to violent places which shouldn't be taken to, but the basic incitement is just watch what Israel is doing in Gaza, need no more. If 1,000 babies are being killed within 2 years, babies of less than 1 year, nobody can remain indifferent. Everyone should become critical about it. Everyone's blood should boil over it. Sure, how can someone be indifferent to those sins? 20,000 children, 1,000 babies. Who can tolerate it? Who can just remain indifferent to this? And then are coming the radicals and the real violent groups and translate it into those terror acts. Second point I would like to make, there is no country in the world who fights terror like Israel. You would agree with me. With intelligence and technology and everything. Does Israel succeed to fight terror? By all means, no. There are terror actions in Israel on a weekly, monthly, daily basis. How can we dare to criticize the Australian government when our own government, with all the resources and measures, cannot stop terrorism, because terrorism cannot be stopped. It's a problem. Terrorism is a very, very tricky enemy and obviously very cruel one, and it cannot be stopped. The only way to stop it is to reach out to the sources. And the sources are very hard to touch and very controversial among many, many other people. And the last thing I would like to say is that campuses, yes or no, I don't know about teachers or professors who teach terrorism or who call their students to go and bomb themselves or shoot people on a beach. I don't recall this. I know many professors and others who think that what Israel is doing is unacceptable. Yes, absolutely. And they tell it to their students, and so good they do so.
Adela, what's your response?
Well, Gideon, if I can hop in. Yeah, I think that for the first point, as much as I understand the sentiment that Israel's actions in Gaza are radicalizing people, or at least it's manifesting in that way, if you saw the news earlier today, there was a plot against against a Christmas market in Germany that was foiled today. And that had nothing to do with Israel or Germany's actions in Israel or Zionism. That's just pure terrorism. And the issue is that when there's terrorist attacks against Jews, we see Israel as somewhat of a justification as to why it happened in this way. But I don't think that the reason why there was going to be a terror attack in Germany at a Christmas market has anything to do with Israel. Just like, for example, I think that the best way to conceptualize this is that in LA, late last night, they announced they also uncovered another terror plot that almost happened. And the signs that read were anti-ICE, anti-US government that said death to America. And then at the end of one of the signs, they wrote "and-Palestine." Now this is anti-ICE, anti-America, and then they added "and Palestine." I don't think that a country that's thousands of miles away from the United States are the reason why the terror plot was happening in the first place. It's something that they tack on because right now the general sympathy is that if you're taking political actions against the state of Israel or against supporters of the state of Israel, it's somewhat understandable. But end of the day, it's targeting of civilians. So I think that looking at what's happening in Israel and Gaza, or what happened over the last 2 years, as almost victim blaming, well, maybe if Israel wouldn't have done X, Y, Z, this wouldn't have happened. You can't blame the person who's in the vicinity of a bear for being near a bear. You blame the bear. You see what I mean? So that's why I think that Gaza, it's a false red flag. It's a false red flag. End of the day, inside, allegedly, again, nothing has been fully confirmed. This happened less than 2 days ago. They found ISIS flags inside of their cars. ISIS isn't just anti-Zionist. It's anti-Western values. This manifested against the Jewish community because at least there happens to be some gray area, and they're capitalizing on that, and we're allowing them to.
I can't agree more, absolutely. But many of the attacks are targeted at Jewish and Israeli destinations, and then it's very clear that what stands in the background is what's going on in Gaza. The fact is that before Gaza, those attacks were much less, and criticism about Israel was just less. It's not that it didn't exist before. Sure it did, because the occupation also continues for decades, and the apartheid continues for decades. I mean, reasons are enough. The war in Gaza intensified it and gave it more justifications in their eyes, not in my eyes, by all means not. For me, there is no justification for any kind of terror attack. Will it be a bombarding of Israeli jets over a refugee camp in Gaza or shooting prayers in the beach of Australia?
I'm going to jump ahead to another segment because I think it flows on nicely with where your discussion is heading there, because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu directly hit out at the Australian leader and suggested that this attack in Bondi was directly linked to Australia's decision to recognise the state of Palestine. He said that decision encouraged anti-Semitism. It's an assertion that the Australian Prime Minister has denied. Tobias, is it justifiable to link this terror attack with the recognition of the Palestinian state by another government? And why do you think that Netanyahu has gone down this line?
I'm very sorry that the Prime Minister chose to make those comments so soon after the event, when we're still focusing firstly on the survivors and the bereaved are dealing with the aftermath, and we're picking up evidence and understanding the bigger picture. To have a slight at Australia in this way, Britain has gone down this road as well, and the countries, it's now most of the world, does recognize a form of Palestine, not because there's a country to recognize, we all know that, but simply because Netanyahu himself has done more than any prime minister to take us the exact opposite direction. He is now speaking of taking over the West Bank, of there being a single state, and what happens to Gaza, we clearly don't have a plan there either. So I think this was politicization. I think it was an unfortunate comment to make that distracts us from this bigger picture. It was unnecessary to make at this juncture.
Do you think, though, that there is a justification to his argument?
No, I'd say not at all, and quite the opposite. The fact that by Australia saying this and perhaps supporting the cause of the Palestinians, whose plight for a two-state solution seems to be diminishing simply because of the illegal settlements for one thing in the West Bank, and indeed what's going on in Gaza as another. This would actually work in the opposite way. So to turn this around and say, well, this is justification, I'm not sure what evidence he has at all. And I suspect that he's playing very much to a domestic audience, to the Israeli audience, because he's somewhat up against it at home.
Gideon, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Can't you see how absurd it is? A prime minister who didn't take responsibility for the horrible fiasco of the 7th of October 2023 is blaming another prime minister for one single attack on the beach of Australia. I mean, don't you see how ridiculous, how demagogic it is? He is a master of manipulations, of political manipulations. I don't think it deserves any reaction by us. It is so absurd. What's the connection between recognizing Palestine and those crazy attacks? I mean, but yes, as you rightly say, there are many Israelis who stick to it, because by this, again, we can blame the whole world except of ourselves. We are always clean and the whole world guilty.
Adela?
Well, what I will say there is that I think that while I don't agree with Netanyahu necessarily, I think it's the same logic jump to say that Israel's actions embolden terrorists, to say that Australia's actions in recognizing in the other way also embolden terrorists, because in both cases you're talking about Jewish people doing a Jewish thing on a beach, lighting a menorah. This was not a Zionist event, and yet you have a terrorist attack. So you can either blame Israel for the actions it took that emboldened the terrorists, or you could blame Australia for the actions it took that emboldened the terrorists. But at the end of the day, the blame is with the terrorists, and yes, with the grander context. So I as much as, again, I don't necessarily agree. I think that when we talk about a Palestinian state, there has to be a lot of nuance, because you have people who are pro two-state solution, who understand that the Palestinian people deserve a home, and until they get it, they will not stop. But then there's the people that take it further, and these are the extremist voices that we're hearing on the right and on the left that say, from the river to the sea, there is only one solution, intifada revolution. And then the next step from that, from globalizing the intifada within the borders of Israel and overtaking Israel and turning it into a singular state of Palestine, then it becomes globalizing the intifada on a larger level. At that point, no one can hide behind the idea of what Israel's doing, what Israel has done, and it just becomes a larger globalizing the intifada, like what we were seeing in Germany, and the plots that we're seeing that are uncovered, unfortunately, throughout the world with smaller cells. And when it comes to the actions in Israel emboldening terror attacks around the world, yes, maybe. Yes, but at the same time, if you look back at the Amia bombings in the 1990s, 2 bombings within 2 years, largest terror attack on Latin American soil claimed by Hezbollah against the Jewish community, Israeli embassy, and the Jewish Community Center, nothing to do with the actions of Israel that was taken at the time. That was purely because of the hatred towards Jews, and then later the hate towards Western countries. And that's, I think, my main point. If I can get anyone to get one thing from this conversation, to me, is that what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. The Jews are the canary in the coal mine. And right now, you need a terror attack, and as long as it's against a Jewish person, at a time where Israel's doing something questionable, it's relatively justified. But as soon as that steps beyond the Jewish community and it starts targeting the Western infrastructure itself, then it's going to be too late to wake up. So I'm hoping that this is a wake-up call for everyone listening to understand that the Western way of life is being targeted, and this is just the beginning.
Tobias, I want to bring you in here. A Hamas spokesman, Osama Hamdan, I believe, gave a TV interview on Tuesday and denounced the attack on civilians, but he added, Israel has placed every Jew in the world in a position of danger by hiding behind them. I'm quoting his words there. What do you make of those comments?
I think it reflects yet again how Hamas is irresponsible and should have no part in the future of any two-state solution, let alone Gaza or indeed the West Bank. And I'm really sorry that more work has not been done to take advantage of the ceasefire to offer an alternative to the people, to the Palestinian people that really are stuck with Hamas, have no ability to move away from Hamas, given the power and grip they have over what's going on there. And so to hear these comments, which are, again, completely irresponsible, I don't think we should dwell on them any further. My concern is that as the ceasefire is there should be technocratic councils brought into place in parts of the Gaza Strip to allow an alternative, to flush Hamas completely out. The part of the plan, I think the 20-point plan in that case, was that Hamas would actually leave the country. And I don't see any evidence of that. And much as I can praise Donald Trump, not that I do very often, in getting us to where we are, in forcing Netanyahu to the table, to get the ceasefire in place and get those hostages back, which is a good thing, we've now slowed down completely, and that's allowed Hamas to embed itself further because it's going around destroying any potential opposition. So for Hamas then to take advantage in this terrible way of what's happened on Bondi Beach is just a reminder, actually a reflection of the fact how much work we've got to do in Gaza and the Middle East.
I wonder, what do you mean when you
agree with Tobias, and I appreciate that sentence. Oh, go ahead.
Please, go ahead.
Adela?
Well, I was just going to say that I agree with Tobias, and I appreciate the sentiment. The one thing I disagree with is when we talked about, well, you know, we should move past Hamas's comment. That's exactly the rhetoric that that's being used right now in the West, right? That same rhetoric that the Hamas spokesperson used of, well, it's a shame that Israel has placed so many Jews at risk, is what we heard from Zohar Mamdani, the mayor of New York. There was a Jewish synagogue. There was a massive protest outside of it. Mamdani condemned it. And at the end of his statement, he added a qualifier that said, but as long as these synagogues engage in supporting illegal activity. Right? So it was saying, oh, I condemn attacks against synagogues, but were they doing anything Zionist inside? Right? And that's that same cowardice that we're allowing people to take advantage of. That same pass that we're giving people, saying, well, as long as you're attacking Zionism and not Jews individually, then it's okay. Right? If we go back to Bondi Beach, this wasn't a Zionist event. This was a Hanukkah candle lighting. That is a pure Jewish practice. And yet we're having a discussion here about how Israel affected this pure Jewish practice event. And we're talking more about outside actors than the people who actually committed the acts.
Gideon?
I think
well, just to clarify, can I just clarify? I made it really, really clear that Hamas has no credibility whatsoever, should have no function or role in any leadership in Gaza, and indeed, to my mind, are absolutely barbaric criminals. Israel had every right to defend themselves and go after Hamas. I underline my concern in the manner in which they've done it, the utility of force which Israel has used, which I think has been completely irresponsible. But I don't believe now the international community is doing enough to flush Hamas out. And that's where I stand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Gideon, your comments?
Yeah, first of all, going after Hamas does not mean slaughtering 70,000 people, most of them children and women. Has no connection between the two and has no justification. And after 2.5 years of a very, very aggressive action against Gaza, it's time to realize that we cannot eliminate Hamas. It doesn't work. What else can you try? You did everything. You killed everyone. You made Gaza an unlivable place. So you might realize that there are certain things which are unachievable. Yes, they are unachievable. Now, getting back to what we were discussing before about the role of the Jews here, there are two facts which are undeniable. First of all, today is the most dangerous place on earth for Jews. More Jews are killed in Israel than in any other place in the world. There are many reasons for it, but that's a fact. The second fact is that, yes, Israel is endangering Jews all over the world by its policy. Ask any Jew and he will tell you that the policy of Israel endangers him. The policies of Israel are shaming him in many times, embarrassing him many times. Yes, there is a problem with the policy of Israel, with the aggression, with the mass killing, with the destruction, with the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank now. And there is a price for it. What can I do? I don't like it at all. But we have to face reality and not to go around it.
Adela, what do you make of that? Because you were sort of pointing out this was a Hanukkah celebration, this was the lighting of candles, it was not a political Zionist sort of rally. Gideon is suggesting that there is no division between the two, perhaps in the broader sense of the way it's perceived.
Yeah. Look, I completely disagree. I know that we won't see eye to eye with that, but I really do see that as blaming the victims for existing, right? The actions that Israel took, it took to defend itself within its borders, and it did end up having a repercussion against Jews across the diaspora. But that wasn't Israel's fault. If you went back in time and you asked Israel before October 7th on October 6th, hi, would you like October 7th? Israel would have said no. It's not a war that Israel started, and the actions that it took after was to defend itself. Now, why are we blaming Israel for the actions that it took to defend itself and the effect it's having on the diaspora? We should be blaming the bad actors in the diaspora that are using that as an excuse for Jew hatred and for killing Jews. That to me is so basic. And maybe it's because of my lived experience as, let's say, a woman, which is the same thing. Well, dressing provocatively, of course, people are going to do X, Y, Z. Or, well, because some women do X, Y, Z, then that provokes others. I'm very much an idea of agency. And why are we coddling people who support terror by saying, well, maybe we shouldn't have been so provocative? I think it's very fitting that it was a Hanukkah event, because in the Hanukkah event, they didn't outlaw Jews, right? They didn't slaughter the Jews. They outlawed Jewish practice. And they said you can exist as a person, but you can't exist as an openly practicing Jew. As today, we're telling people that you can be Jewish. Jews are welcomed everywhere, as long as you're not a Zionist, or as long as you don't identify with your Jewish peoplehood. And that, to me, is the same idea. But the Maccabees fought back, and the answer wasn't hiding your Judaism and saying, okay, let me exist in hiding. The answer was saying, okay, let me claim my ground, and let me exist the way I want to exist within my borders. That was the story of Hanukkah. So I do find it very fitting here that we're discussing what a good Jew is and what a bad Jew is. That's exactly what the Greeks were doing. A good Jew was a Greekified, Hellenized Jew. Just like right now, a good Jew is a Jew that condemns the state of Israel. The state of Israel took the actions that it took to protect itself. And the Jews in the diaspora did face repercussions, but I don't blame Israel. I blame the people who are perpetuating acts of terrorism. I have no sympathy whatsoever. I don't think that, well, I can understand where they're coming from. I can maybe understand where they're coming from, but I also can't understand targeting civilians internationally. When we saw October 7th, I did not see a single Jew going out there hunting down Palestinians. Just like on college campuses, I saw hundreds of Israeli flags burned, never saw a Jewish student burning a Palestinian flag. When they themselves have also lost people at the Nova Festival, friends themselves of students, when students themselves had to go back into Miluim and reserves and then come back to their campuses. And that's the thing. I don't excuse people taking actions that are inhuman. You don't take actions into your own hands because of how upset you are. We have a political process. So I think a two-state solution should be won through diplomacy. And if they're taking to violence, and that's something we have to listen to, that's quite literally negotiating with terrorists. And again, war on terror, not the right strategy, but I don't negotiate with terrorists. And I think as soon as we start excusing and explaining away terrorism is when we start letting terrorism gain ground. Because right now it's the Zionists. Right now on Bondi, it's the Jews who were not doing acts of Zionism. There were no open Israeli flags present. This was a Jewish event. And then after that, it's just going to be Western values, right? It's going to be Germany and a Christmas market. And we're letting it grow because we're explaining it away, blaming on it. Well, what did they do to deserve this?
Okay.
I think that talking about violence and terror, while tens of thousands of children are in the mud now, in the cold weather in Gaza, with all the respect, I'm not sure that pro-Israelis or Israel has the right to condemn any kind of violence right now when Israel's policy is creating so much misery to so many people in Gaza. So you might justify it or not, but the matter of fact is that Israel is accountable for a huge crime against humanity in Gaza, which goes now by the time we are talking. And it's not exactly a perfect position to criticize others' violence, when you are so deep invested in this project in Gaza.
Can I just jump in and say that, I think we can oversimplify these arguments that you're either on one side or another. You're either for Israel or you're against it. If you dare to challenge Israel or be critical of Israel, you're not supportive of Israel or sympathetic to what happened to Israel. I reserve the right to absolutely defend Israel's right to exist. They are a democratic state in a very difficult part of the world. But I will also stand up and challenge Israel's prosecution of its war, its utility of force, given the use of military is designed for a political outcome. And even today, I'm not sure what Netanyahu is seeking to achieve. So I will stand up and say what I've seen you do, Israel, on the battlefield has actually upset many Jewish communities here in the UK because they don't see that political direction as being something that's in Israel's long-term interests. And the counter side to that is that anybody in Britain that I bump into that's wearing a Palestinian button or holding a flag, I actually go up to them. I make it a point now and say, please tell me that you are pro-Palestinian but anti-Hamas, that you actually disapprove of what Hamas has done, and it's given the Palestinians a bad name. So you can, and we must look at these with a bit more detail than making it simply binary, that you're either in support of Palestine and then with Hamas and everything comes with it, and you're support of Israel and everything that it's done in the war. It's more complicated than that. And particularly us politicos, we need to, I think, demonstrate to listeners and others that it is more nuanced. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're going to avoid ever advancing and getting anywhere towards a solution.
Tobias, I completely agree. But unfortunately, the people on Bondi Beach who committed the terror attacks weren't asking those individual Jews what they think of the actions of Israel.
No.
Gideon,
Well,
you, as someone who
made
lives
it
in
clear.
Israel and does not support Israel's action, me as a Jew that lives in diaspora and may or may not support Israel's actions, we're both fair game.
Yeah.
For the same reason.
Okay, I don't disagree with any of that. My brother was not far from a beach in Bali when he was blown up completely, along with 200 other people. He was targeted because it was Britain in the crosshairs at that moment because of what we were doing in places like Afghanistan and elsewhere. It now happens to be Israel because the big issue at the moment is Gaza and Israel. It'll be potentially another nation that dares to step up and stand up to the higher standards that we believe in. And so it's horrible that this has happened in Australia, but it goes back to the point I made at the very start of this program, that we're still not doing enough to understand where a peaceful religion such as Islam gets so easily hijacked by different groups and extremists to develop a particular cause that is causing so much death and destruction across the world. And we need to be working with moderate Islamic countries, but also being more vocal about those that I'm afraid provide money and sources to allow this world to incubate in different parts. And also to stress from a soft power perspective, when Britain and America retracts from engagement in Africa, in Asia, through its programs, then I'm afraid the space is then given in places like Somalia for Al-Shabaab to then to develop, to nurture these people, to train individuals to then conduct these activities. So it's in our interests to be more global about this and have a real strategy, because I'm afraid, George Bush, the war on terror was never won.
Tobias, our condolences to you regarding your brother, and we really do appreciate you speaking so openly and honestly about that really terrible situation. So thank you, and our condolences to you and your family, and to everyone involved in not just the Bondi attack, but as you say, so many of these terrorist attacks around the world. It is at times like this, unfortunately, that we see commentary around the shootings, the terrorist attacks in Bali, in Bondi Beach. As they continue, there is always a clear attempt to politicise the tragedies from one side or the other of any given government, not just in Australia, globally as well. There are some linking the attacks to global pro-Palestinian protests. I think you mentioned this, Tobias. We heard comments from the UK, Britain's Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, saying terms like globalise the intifada, encourage terrorism. But is stopping those protests and stifling free speech online going to change things, especially when you consider that Australian authorities say the attackers were motivated by ISIS? Gideon, is there a link, though, between global protests in support of Palestine and this normalisation of this kind of extremism, whether it's towards the Jewish community or any other community? Have these protests normalised violence and hate speech?
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Those protests put Israel in a very uncomfortable place, made Israelis in a very uncomfortable place when they're going abroad. Israelis don't feel comfortable abroad now. And in many ways, rightly so. because everyone is accountable for what happened in Gaza and still is happening in Gaza. Those radicals from ISIS and other organizations like this have nothing to do with it. They are slaughtering people and Jews. They don't need much. But yes, the anti-Israeli atmosphere maybe pushes some of them to go to do something. But let's remember, most of those demonstrations are legitimate demonstrations. People are expressing their protest against something which in their eyes is inhuman and criminal, and therefore they are protesting. They have not only the right to do so, they have the duty to do so. Nobody can remain indifferent toward what's going on in Gaza. And let's not blame them for two crazy Pakistanians who go and shoot people in Australia. I don't see the connection.
Mm-hmm. Adela, do you?
Yeah.
Yes, I do see the connection. And I think as a lawyer in the United States, while the protests themselves generally are fine, they more often than not devolve into something that does end up violating the law of the country that they're in. So take, for example, protests in the streets of New York, or take protests in California. Those end up manifesting into encampments and campuses, which led to the exclusion of students from school resources. When's the last time you saw people linking arms, preventing a group of people from entering a school library? Last time was the civil rights movement. So seeing things like that, which of course would be a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, stemming from those protests isn't surprising. It's not surprising. What they're chanting is that there is, resistance is justified by any means necessary. And this is what they're chanting on the streets. That speech itself is fine, but that speech is what justifies, like you said, people into getting more radicalized and people into falling into these tropes. So while I respect freedom of speech, I always have, always will, as soon as it crosses a line into lines that the countries themselves have already drawn as hate speech, as harassment, as unlawful act, they should be prosecuted and they should be held accountable the same way any other group should for any other ideology. Like I said, you're welcome to burn a flag, but if you're targeting that flag burning against a group of people to intimidate and harass them, it's the same as a cross burning and it's the same as burning a Quran. It's legal, but is it something that we should be allowing for, and it's something that should be promoting in a country for respectful political discourse?
Can I just jump in here, because it's actually quite interesting that Australia has chosen to prevent under 16s from using social media. And I've seen this in the UK, been in as a parliamentarian for the last 20 years, just how political discord has changed fundamentally because of social media, because of the whole digital arena over the last 10 to 15 years. Clearly, the whole digitization has been a positive in changing all of our lives, every aspect of our lives. But there's a negative, which I'm afraid legislation and indeed society, as the general rules, has not kept up. The ability to promote false news, conspiracy theories, political manipulation, the echo chambers, pushing people, encouraging them towards extreme content. The extreme content itself allowed to, bounce around the internet itself. All of this influencing political views and biases and so on. And my concern is that this has galloped ahead without us having a healthy, sober debate about how it impacts us. And I'm afraid the extremists are taking full advantage of the ability to communicate and indeed radicalize. The one person that, again, I was involved with here, there was an attack on Westminster in 2017. He was a Brit born, but radicalized by what he read on the internet. And he then attacked Westminster and killed people, including a policeman, PC Keith Palmer. And
you were there at that time, weren't you? I remember the pictures of you with blood on your face as you were trying to help people.
Yeah, it was deeply scarring, the entire event. And I look back on that and I think about it a lot, but I also think about
what caused this individual? How did this individual become radicalized, believing that he was going to be rewarded for being killed himself if he killed Westerners? And much as we've had a very, I think, healthy, good discussion with disagreement a little bit, but, you know, concerned about what happened in Bondi and the ramifications, there's a wider element here of just how easy it is for any extreme group now to recruit, to radicalize, and get other people to do their dirty work.
Gideon, what do you make of that? I mean, especially when you consider that the attackers allegedly were motivated by ISIS. Adela was saying earlier that attacks on Jews are just the canary in the coal mine, that this is an attack against Western values. Do you see this kind of online radicalisation, these protests? Is it a canary in the coal mine situation? Is this targeting Western communities rather than targeting Jewish communities?
I think both. I mean, it's not contradictory. There are some attacks which are aimed at Jewish destinations and Israeli ones. By the way, many times they attack Jewish goals rather than Israelis, because Israelis are much harder to attack. Usually all the Israeli institutions abroad are much more protected than all kinds of Jewish synagogues, community centers, or beaches where you celebrate Hanukkah. And therefore, in many ways, it is for practical reason that they do so, because to attack the Israeli embassy is much harder. But in any case, there are those and there are those. And I don't see the contradiction. Yes, ISIS is fighting against the West, against the Western imperialism in its way, in favor of ruling an Islamic law all over the world, and in particular against Israel's occupation, Israel's war on Gaza, Israel's existence even, sure. But we should focus always on the sources and not on the symptoms. This should be the most important lessons, because I heard by both of my colleagues, we have to do more. And I didn't hear an answer. What do you mean, do more? I mean, what can be done more? More intelligence? Yes, sure. More fighting against terrorism? No argument about this. But finally, terrorism is, as I said, a very tricky enemy, and you will never stop it unless you will delegitimize the terror by its own peer group, by its own supporters. And for this, you have to change many basic things in our world, including Israel's policy.
We're out of time, so we are going to have to leave it there. But I just want to say this is a very tragic time. It's a very sensitive topic. Our thoughts, obviously, are with the victims, their families, the community. But we also really appreciate all of you agreeing to take part in this important discussion and doing so with such grace, because it is a difficult one, and we've really appreciated all your diverse opinions in what is a very difficult time. Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister and Conservative MP, Adela Cohanim, lawyer and activist who has campaigned on many issues, including anti-Semitism, and Gideon Levy, renowned journalist and author who writes for the Haaretz newspaper. Thank you to all of you for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode during a very difficult time for the global community. Keep up to date with all of our latest debates and interviews on YouTube at the Al Arabiya English page, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next episode.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Yari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Yari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's the clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Café Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid, and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, it's forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
For the entire international Jewish community with the Bondi Beach attack, do you think the world is doing enough to contain anti-Semitism?
Clearly not, because when countries make this reality of anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish expression in the public sphere, making incitement available, optional, without taking necessary steps, without taking significant steps. Unfortunately, there are people that are influenced by this incitement. So I believe and I hope, and we are working in order to achieve that Western countries will take more serious steps in terms of battling against anti-Semitism in the public sphere and in the digital sphere.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Israel and Syria are reportedly discussing a new security agreement to replace the 1974 disengagement agreement. Why is this pact being revisited now?
I don't want to enter into a blame game, but lately the Syrians had toughened their positions and put some preconditions, and therefore I believe that we were delayed. Our interest is to reach a security agreement with Syria. By the way, we would like to reach a peace and normalization agreement with Syria, but on the time being we had spoke about a security agreement with Syria. Our interest is security, to secure our border. You know that in Syria there are all kinds of militias, some of them very extremist. We had some terrible images coming from confrontations and massacres of Alawites and Druze in Syria, and therefore we are worried and we want our border area to be safe, and this is our interest in Syria, and I hope that we will be able to reach this security agreement soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Does Israel believe that Hezbollah can be contained or disarmed through diplomatic means, or is military escalation becoming unavoidable at this point?
I want to ask you why Hezbollah should be contained. I mean, it is a decision of the government of Lebanon to dismantle Hezbollah. So there I'm asking, who is violating Lebanon's sovereignty? It's Hezbollah that violates Lebanon's sovereignty. We don't violate Lebanon's sovereignty by attacking Hezbollah that attacked Israel from Lebanon more than one time, and lately more than 1 year, without any reason to do so. So frankly, we are interested that the Lebanese government will move forward with the implementation of its decision. We don't see it going forward in the way we would like to. It is not only our criticism. The United States, I believe, and others share this criticism. And there is a certain of infiltration of Hezbollah also into the Lebanese army. And therefore, we have, I can tell you, our wish is to have peace and normalization with Lebanon. The only thing that I believe stands between us and Lebanon in order to be there, because we have a very minor border disputes which could easily be solved. But the only problem is Hezbollah presence and Iran, which instructed Hezbollah last July not to disarm. So effectively, when Hezbollah is the strongest military force, stronger than the army of Lebanon, they are keeping Lebanon under an indirect occupation of Iran. This is the situation we must finish in order to get, on one hand, security for Israel, and on the other hand, freedom for Lebanon, independence for Lebanon from foreign forces, and to bring back Lebanon to its people.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.